All right, we're ready to go. Good morning, everyone. This is the October 6th meeting of Lessard-Sams Outdoor Heritage Council, which I will call to order. First order of business is to approve the agenda. Can I get a motion to do that? Oh, wait a second, I'm screwing up right away. We need a roll call vote for who's attending first. So Amanda, will you do a roll call vote? Keep me honest.
Mr. Chair, members, Hartwell.
I'm here.
Hartwell present. Shara.
Aye, is here.
Shara present. Senator Dibble.
Here.
Dibble present. Representative Eklund.
Here.
Eklund present.
Here.
Eklund present. Edmondson.
Here.
Edmondson present. Eggerling. Here. Eggerling present. Representative Heintzman.
Here.
Heintzman present. Holston.
Here.
Holston present. Senator Lang.
Here.
Lang present. Peters. Here. Peters present. Saxhog.
Here.
Saxhog present. Swenson. Swenson. Mr. Chair, we have a quorum.
Great, thank you very much. So welcome. Now, can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Any discussions? All in favor?
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Can I get a motion to approve the minutes of our last two meetings?
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any discussion, corrections? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Any additional conflicts to report that haven't been reported on in past meetings regarding proposals? Great. My comments, we're going to have a fun day. We'll talk about the chair's proposal as we go on later in the meeting, which is obviously the meat of or the exciting stuff. We do have a couple of other interesting discussions before that. And other than that, I don't have any big new news. So I will turn it over to Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Oops. There we go. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, good morning. Nice to see you all and everybody else in the public that's here, the program managers. Good to see you all. I have a few short things from my report. First of all, is members in your packets, there's a piece for the Washington County. It's a land conveyance or conversion. And actually, this is a land swap with a landowner and the Carpenter Nature Center. They have, it's non-controversial. It came to us because the landowner actually was surveying his property and found out his, whether it was he or the previous owner, somebody, somehow part of his deck and part of his berm or retaining wall got on the neighbor's property, on Carpenter property. So the landowner and Carpenter worked it out. They have an agreement. What they want to do is just do a swap of some property. It's about 4,500 square feet. Actually what will be going to Carpenter will be better from a habitat standpoint. So it's an upgrade in habitat. It'll be an equality as far as the land size. So they're trading basically lawn for oaks. So that's not a bad deal. And barring any, all the detail is in your packets, but barring any objection from legislative leadership or the council, I'll give a letter of approval to them for moving forward with that. All right. Couple other things. First of all, the forest tour was last week. We had 5 of us there, actually. Members Eggerling, Holston, Saxhog were there, all 3. And Joe and I were able to attend as well. It was really interesting. There's a couple of handouts in your packet, just so you get kind of the flavor of some things that were happening. One is a summary of the Moose Habitat Collaborative. It gives you some of the pictures of some of the properties up there. And then there's a larger map of the arrowhead of Minnesota, which shows the moose range and where the projects are that have been finished within that range. The interesting thing, this shows 17,000 acres of habitat enhancement that's been done through the first 3 phases of that project. That actually represents, as we were told, 42,000 acres of work. In other words, those properties have to be revisited with extra applications. So kind of interesting. And I don't know if any of the members, maybe this would be a good time if either Tom or Mark or Kristen have any comments from the day. It was definitely an interesting day. No.
Well, I could, it was enlightening for me, I will tell you, in that knowing what's happening up on the northern forest, to see that over a multi-year phase, much like we saw in the southeast with trout, how the mosaic of projects throughout that region and what they're able to accomplish. And the learning, and what the biggest takeaway for me was the level of cooperation that's going on between the state, county, feds, and the partners. That is probably one of the most enriching things that Lessard-Sams, I think the Heritage Fund has created. Not that there wasn't cooperation in the past, it is now embedded within the organizations for habitat development. And that was, for me, that was probably the most enlightening and heartful takeaway. It'll just improve our habitat development projects moving forward.
Tom.
Thank you. I think that the thing that was good for me to see was that looking at that map that you just showed us, Mark, there was the habitat for moose is unique up there, and we haven't been winning the battle in keeping the moose population where we would like it to be. And so it's good that we're doing something. I really would hope that we aren't just, those projects aren't just good for white-tailed deer, rough grouse and everything else too, although they are, they are moose projects. And so given that, and we went into a couple of these areas and actually saw a sign. It's like a horse has been running around in there. Thank you.
Thanks. There was a couple of media things that came out of it. Outdoor News had Javier Serna there, so I would presume he'll be having an article in Outdoor News coming up. And then there was, I can't remember, it's the ABC affiliate, I think, in Duluth had their, a gal up there, a young lady with her camera. And she did a piece that was on, I think it was Monday or Tuesday night of this week it was on.
I think it was Friday.
WDIO, okay. So you can, if you look up WDIO, you can take a look at that piece. The last thing I have, members, for you is that there is in your packet also a draft, and I emphasize draft, first draft of a calendar for next year council meetings. So it's an opportunity for you to please take a look at your convenience later. Let us know if there are conflicts within that with your calendar or things you think are times and dates that are just not correct, and we'll be discussing that at the next meeting. There will be some, potentially there could be new members next year, so but we have to set some type of a calendar forward so the council has at least a footprint to move forward with. And Mr. Chair, that's all I have.
Great. Any questions for Mark? All right, well, let's get on to the discussion of invasive carp, one of our absolute favorite things to think about in Minnesota. So please come up. Sure, Mark.
Sure, Mr. Chair, members, while our speakers are coming forward, the Just want to let you know that Dr. Sorensen had provided some reference documents, so I'm sure he'll make reference to them, but we have them available for you, for the members, so we can email them to you. I think one is about 100 pages and the other is about 80, so we figured we wouldn't print them out for you. But those are reference materials to some of the data and I think the background that he's talking about. So with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Sorensen when he's ready.
But hold on a second here.
You should get your flash drive.
Yeah, get the flash drive. You run it off your computer. That's fine. That's not a big deal.
Before we get going, I should mention Jamie Swenson is on the call. She was having technical difficulties getting in, so all members are present. And Peter, please go ahead. Thank you for taking the time to give us an update on carp.
Well, thank you so much, and thank you for caring so much about this very historic topic and great importance. And just to give you some idea, you probably know, of course, how far back this goes, but I have a book here, one of the first publications from the Minnesota Fisheries Commission in 1883. And it quotes the author: "For some years, the residents of Minnesota is acquainted with the grand opportunities for carp." And then it goes on. So this hopefully, what we're going to talk about today, brings some kind of closure to some of the book that's being written about carp. So let's see if we can start with my presentation, which should be about 25 minutes long, which I can't actually see on my own screen, which would help.
We thought we'd see.
Oh, there we
had it
go. Now we're
memorized.
good. Okay, well, thank you again. And now I can see it too. And you can see it. So I guess we're good. All right. So, oh, you have to advance it. So please move ahead. So the outline, it'll take 25 minutes or so, I think. So today I'm first going to talk a little bit about what I think the question is that's in front of us today. So a little bit, Mr. Johnson asked me to talk about common carp, which you're all familiar, and so am I. I've been working on that since it was originally hired in 1988. Then we'll talk about big-headed carp or invasive carp, a feasible option, we believe, to control them in the state of Minnesota, and a summary. So next slide, please. So really, I think the question in front of us really at this point is whether Minnesota wants to do something about this issue and actually stop this group of damaging fishes or not. We're kind of at that point. Next slide, please. But before I do that, I just wanted to talk a tiny bit about the common carp, which has some more similarities and differences to the other carp we're talking about, which are from Asia. And the story begins very briefly in 1880, when October 22nd, the state of Minnesota imported a common carp in the state of Minnesota, and they were released into several waters, including Lake Como and St. Paul. And you can see a picture on the right. And that's a picture of a common carp. It lives up to 50 or 60 years old, has millions of eggs, spawns once a year. And these are all things that are characteristic of some of the invasive carp as well. Next picture, please. Next slide. Well, as you probably all know, this grew very soon after that first set of introductions. Common carp were everywhere and causing enormous damage. And soon afterwards, removal efforts began, which by and large have failed or met with very limited success, except occasionally when coupled with other approaches. And that's a little bit of the story today. Meanwhile, Minnesota, like the rest of the country, you can see the red there, those are areas infested with common carp. Minnesota itself, I don't know the exact numbers, left with hundreds of thousands of areas of wetlands infested with common carp and shallow lakes, rivers. I'm not exactly sure how much money's been spent on this, but my guess is hundreds of millions of dollars. There's still no great way to remediate and control them, and life will never be the same in the state as a result of this species, which has wreaked incredible damage on ecosystems and continues to do so. Next slide, please. The lessons that someone who for a while was focused on common carp, now invasive carp, drew from this is that the key to this is preventing the initial introduction. That's the only reasonable approach. And it's critical to act very quickly at the onset of an invasion before reproduction occurs, because these animals, the female can carry 1 to 2 million eggs. And once that bombshell hits, they're sort of very, very difficult, if not even possible, to stop it. However, success does not require 100% efficiency and control. Sometimes even the high 90s will work. Multiple control measures are almost always needed. And I think this group is well familiar with the different strategies of drawdowns, barriers, introducing game fish to control wetlands that, for waterfowl that are infested with common carp. An adaptive control process always works best. That's flexible, that can adjust to time and local conditions. And failing to act is in itself a choice. So next slide, please. So here we are, approximately 100 years later, frankly. And now we have another group of carps, this time from Asia. There are 4 species, bighead and silver, which together are often called big-headed carp, black and grass carp. They too were repeatedly introduced in the state of Arkansas by various government agencies and the university down there in the 60s. You can actually see a picture to the right of the first grass carp being introduced to the state of Arkansas. It was done in well-meaning. They never thought, as with common carp, they would correct the damage they did, or even that they would reproduce successfully, but they clearly have got it wrong. They're now spreading north, east, south, and west. There's a picture to your right there. I don't think my control, no, it doesn't work. That's all right. But you can see the whole country is not red with this species yet, although quite a bit actually is. Almost all, I think 11 or 12 states are now infested. Minnesota's at the beginning of this process, but the point is it's not too late. And the other question, of course, is now what? Okay, so now what? We're back at 1880 in Minnesota when the first common carp, this is how I look at it, were first being proposed to be introduced. What do? We have some choices and options. Next slide, please. I can tell you that quite a bit is actually known about these big-headed carp already. There's been some argument about that, but in fact, they've been here close to 40 years and they're pretty well studied in many areas to our south. And there's dozens of studies, and I'm just going to show a couple just so you get the gist of it. But this is a synthesis. In areas, certain river systems, the Illinois River, for instance, these aren't exactly the same as Mississippi, upper Mississippi, but they're very similar. There's been a documented 50% reduction in game fishes in the presence of these carp species. Well-documented decrease in the size of certain planktivorous fish like buffalo, 90% reduction in macro plankton species. These are all from peer-reviewed scientific publications. A reduction, and this is very important too, in larval fish number and zooplankton, the food base. These are similar things, somewhat similar to common carp. The invasive carp feed, these particular big-headed carp feed in the middle of the water, and they are very fine. They can feed down to about 10 microns, the width of a hair. But this is basically what common carp do in the bottom. So common carp are kind of filter feeding in the bottom while these are feeding in the mid-water. They've reduced the size and number of freshwater mussels and caused eutrophication of the environment in all of these states to our south. And next slide, please. I can't, hopefully you can see it. I don't know if you, but you can see the blue and the red lines there. This is just one example from publication by Chick et al. Recently. And the blue lines are waters that of game fish to the left that lack invasive carp, and the red are waters that came to be invaded by invasive carp, silver in particular. And you can see the divergence. And this is true with juveniles all. I'm just showing you this data to give you an idea that there's no question what they're doing and what they could do here, and that it's not good. Next slide, please. And then, of course, I'm sure you're all familiar that the silver carp are infamous for their jumping, and they can jump. Maybe some of you have seen this. It's a pretty a spectacular thing, up to 9 feet in the air. When you weigh 20 to 40 pounds, that's a pretty serious thing. And I've got friends, and I think Grace actually was hit by one, but they can break bones, and it takes all the fun out of boating. It's had serious effects to herself. Next slide, please. So anyway, they've been moving to the south, east, and west. They're up the Missouri River, Illinois, Kentucky, Tennessee. They're down the Mississippi. They're entering the Gulf of Mexico. And now they're working their way up north. It was inevitable, and it's inevitable they will establish here unless something happens. There's at least no reason to believe that they won't and couldn't. And an interesting thing about how they work, if you can see to the right, is as they move into an area, usually they're very low numbers for many, many years, and then something happens. Often it seems to be correlated with floods, and you get an explosion, a population explosion. So everyone sort of lulled into a passive state. They think everything's okay, and then boom, okay. So that's probably because things are right for reproduction. When you have millions of eggs, you just get an explosion. This happens with common carp too. Next slide, please. And frankly, this is what we're starting to look. Things are starting to look like in Minnesota, at least to my eyes. These are data from the Minnesota DNR, and I'm sorry the timeline, I got lost on the x-axis, it's gone. But the highest what was last year, and you can see for many, many years we've had very low numbers here, but most recently these numbers are increasing, and these aren't terribly systematic efforts, but the point is, it's of concern, at least to a fisheries biologist like myself, that these numbers are going up. And these numbers are going up in the southern part of the state, which I'll describe it a little bit. Next slide, please. And what's particularly concerning to me, as someone who's been studying these for a while, it's actually a great concern, is that a lot of these observations are occurring in the vicinity of Pool 5A. Some of you, this is just south of Lake Pepin, at Lock and Dam 5. Maybe you can see the map there. The point is, this is a great concern. This particular very large dam structure, we've identified as really, I think it's literally the title of my LCCMR project, the last and best place to stop carp. And they're appearing there. Next slide, please. And yeah, I'm sorry, you can just, so, again, the data are sort of quasi-anecdotal, but I've been there all summer, and been there, and people have been coming in telling me they've been seeing jumping fish. Next jump there. And some of you, I guess, in a way, we're sitting here today because one of the radio tagged fish tagged by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service down at Pool 8, down on the Iowa border, swam all the way up in this vicinity and was picked up by our receivers repeatedly over a 2-week period right below Lock and Dam 5, and swam up in a 36-hour period. They were very capable of swimming fast and far, particularly through locks and dams that are whose gates are open quite a bit. And I'll explain that a little bit. Next bump there, I guess. And I went over in June, and I talked with the Wisconsin DNR, and they actually spent several days in the bank observing them, and were counting the jumping of silver carp at about 1 per minute for several hours. So there's clearly, at least at that point in June, July, there were who knows how many, dozens. These are large adults right below the most critical place in our state. Next, at least what I believed. Next slide. Oh, here we go. So why is this so serious? This is not just any lock and dam. This is a lock and dam that I'm going to tell you in a second is the one that if they breach, there are very few good options to control them anymore. That's the first point. Data from Canada, it's again a little bit fuzzy, but the Canadian risk assessment believes that as few as 20 female carp could, with 75% certainty, reproduce. So there's certainly those kinds of numbers present in that pool down there. And of course, like once they reproduce, and this is a picture from Kentucky where we actually have a field site operating silver carp below Barkley Dam. Management is, well, only management is possible. And for instance, the state of Illinois is spending somewhere close to $2 million a year now just removing these animals to make fertilizer out of them. And it's not reducing their numbers, it's just kind of keeping them from breaking out, you know, and increasing. That's the situation. Kentucky, Illinois, Tennessee, Iowa is starting some efforts, Arkansas. Anyway, next slide, please. So today, I'm going to describe a plan that we've developed over the last 10 years, my research team, mostly with LCCMR funding, but with some help from this group and Fish and Wildlife Service and even the Army Corps, that we believe can stop 97 to 99% of adult carp at Lock and Dam 5. It would, if you were to do this, it would save the entire state from Lock and Dam 5 north. That includes Lake Pepin, St. Croix River, lots of Minnesota water river indirectly. It would help native fishes, which are basically the group native sports fishes that are going to be impacted severely. It's quite reasonable. It has several options and adaptive. It's been validated by the scientific community. We have at least, well, it's more like a dozen scientific peer-reviewed publications on various facets of this now. Bar Engineering, and you have that report available to you, is doing an analysis of this to see what it would cost and how fast it could be implemented, but it's somewhere in the vicinity of about $11 million, give or take quite a bit. They're still narrowing down that range. It would have to be implemented as soon as possible, ideally today, if I had my way, have a good chance of working. Again, if these fish get up and they start reproducing, I'm sure this group is well familiar with common carp and what a few individuals above a dam barrier can do. And this particular solution is specific to locks and dams and Locks and Dam 5 in particular. So next slide, I'm going to explain a little bit about what it is and how it could work. First off, a little introduction to what locks and dams are. And I apologize if many of you probably know this, but maybe some of you don't. Locks and dams are large structures that span rivers that primarily regulate water depth for navigation. And they have spillway gates, which I'm going to talk in a second, that go up and down. And this is really just to let water out or out so that the navigation depth is maintained in the lock and the side, which is used for navigation. The point is, these were constructed in the 1930s by the Army Corps for navigation purposes, and they're pre-existing barriers that run across the Mississippi River. And they all, and this is our studies have shown, they all stop 50, some as much as 85% of the carp and other fish right now with no additional cost at all. They're already there. So we kind of started looking at it. It's really just simply a matter of improving on these numbers and altering how these structures function. Yeah, you can move on. That's fine. And hopefully this is bear with me for a second. Next slide, please, Amanda. And so when you look at locks and dams, briefly, there's sort of, three main components. There's the dam with the spillway gates that runs across it. This is about 90% of the structure. And these gates all go up and down. And I'll explain to you in a second, but it's kind of counterintuitive because the higher the water flow, actually, the higher the gates lift to drop the water. And that leads to a decrease in water velocity under the gates. So it's harder for fish to pass, including carp. And in fact, it's impossible when the gates are largely down, if that makes sense. So they have dams with spillway gates. These are all owned and operated by the Army Corps at no cost to the state of Minnesota, except for the navigation industry. The navigation lock to the right here, this is Lock and Dam 8, is open for gate boats when they pass. So it's only a small piece of the structure and it only occasionally opens. And then of course there are embankments that run along the side. And sometimes these have culverts and spillways. And I'll explain in a second. But of course, if they're extensive spillways, that's a bad structure to stop fish at because they can just swim around the lock and dam. Okay. Next slide, please. So the key component really is the dam, pretty much, because these comprise the majority of the structures. And I thank Dan Zielinski, my former postdoc, who now runs fish passage programs in the Great Lakes for the Great Lakes Fishery Commission, really for thinking a lot of this. But he realized pretty quickly from salmonid studies that most fish can't pass beneath these structures, and did a lot of modeling to show that. And we actually, if you look to the far right, we actually went down to Mississippi and swam large carp in a semi truck there to see how far and fast they could swim. So we could calculate the relationship between water velocities underneath these gates that are going up and down, and how fast this carp could swim if they could pass. And we found that usually it's the case they can't swim through. So next slide. This was actually the first real proof of this came at Lock and Dam 2, a study that we were funded through the DNR, which I believe came from Lessard-Sams funding. And this is a little bit complicated, but at that particular lock and dam, we tracked hundreds of various species of fish below it, and monitored and calculated water velocities and flows at this particular structure. And if you look in the far right, what's remarkable is that the carp could only pass when the gates actually were fully out of the water. So Lock and Dam 2 is a pretty good place actually to stop carp, because when the gates come out of the water, and that hardly ever happens at this location. They're all in different schedules. Can the carp pass? And we thank this group for funding that work. And it was key, because we've now gone on and we've done this at 2 other locks and dams. But I wanted to show this because that was the first, and you funded that. Next, it was published in 2020. The take-home message, though, is that we were able to use this relationship between fish passage and hydraulics to build numeric models that predict the abilities of individual locks and dams in the Mississippi River to pass carp or not under realistic flow conditions, including flooding. And that we do this, we find that very few locks and dams whose spillway gates rarely open will actually routinely pass carp, invasive carp, even the largest ones. And Lock and Dam 5 is the one, okay? That's the one that they can hardly ever pass. And that's why I'm so concerned about it. I hope it's a lot of math. And we furthermore found that these spillway gates can be just to further reduce that. So once we realized that, all our focus has been on Lock and Dam 5 ever since, ignoring other locations because there's no stopping these other places. But at Lock and Dam 5, basically it's an 85 to 90% block already. So the question is, can we bump it up higher? And that's what I'm going to talk about today. And the answer is yes. Next, it's a lot easier to stop them from coming up and chasing them around with nets. So that leaves the navigation locks, right? If you've been able to prove that they can't swim through the spillway gates, which in the case of Lock and Dam 5 is about 1,600 feet across, there's 110 feet of navigation lock, 10% of the area. And these gates hardly ever open, as a matter of fact. And our work at Lock and Dam 2 showed that fish rarely they don't like to go through locks very much. They're noisy, confined places. So they're good places to put some kind of deterrent system, which to plug that last final hole, if you kind of get my drift. Next slide, please, Amanda. There are 3 good options for deterrents that can be placed in locks. Electrical, sound, and multimodal. Multimodal using multiple types of stimuli. And actually this group here in 2011, I think it was, but it was finally published in 2013, funded an Asian carp deterrent report for the Ford Dam, which there was a great deal of concern about carp up that far north at that time. And this report concluded that the acoustic air bubble curtain strobe light was the way to go. And although there have been improvements on this system, there hasn't been anything like terribly dramatic. And that is what we're still looking at. Next slide, please. What is a bubble curtain? You may recall some of this. It's called a bioacoustic fish fence or bath. It contains an acoustic signal that's projected into an airstream, which basically causes the airstream to reverberate and capture the sound, basically providing a guide system. And it's feasible. Main thing, it's safe. It doesn't harm anybody. It's somewhat species specific. And the other big alternative, electrical systems, were thought to be too dangerous in the 2011 report or 2013 report. Next slide, 2. Furthermore, when we took it to the lab at the University of Minnesota, we found that a bath under these conditions were effective 97% of the time. And that's what that data is showing. This is published in peer-reviewed literature, that this particular sound, the sounds have been improved, can effectively block, at least in the lab. That work, I brought it to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Next slide, please. And they have now made me a co-leader in a research project. And of course, I was doing this hoping it would happen in Minnesota, but haven't given up. And they have installed one at Barkley Lock in Kentucky in the Tennessee River, where it's been operating for 2 years now. This is a very large, multi-million-dollar project. Results to date suggesting or describing about a 71% block. The full data is yet to be released, but that's what I know the data to be as a project leader, which isn't too bad. And mostly this is occurring because the barge is coming through and things getting caught into it. And that's what happens with electrical systems too. So these are actually pretty favorable results. Next slide, please. I'll come back to that number in a second. Lastly, the embankment issue. These are basically schematics of all the locks and dams south of Lake Pepin in Minnesota. There are only 2 that don't have extensive spillways around the sides, and that's Lock and Dam 5 and interesting Lock and Dam 4 right above it, which makes it a great backstop, by the way, if a way to a redundant system for 5. It's critical if we're going to stop carp at any particular structure, again, to look at something that doesn't have a alternative passageway around the side that they can take. And Lock and Dam 5 is such a place. Next slide. Well, that's what the next slide is showing. So is there a lock and dam in southern Minnesota? Well, I guess what I should have said is there already, I did say, but there are already a fair number south of Lock and Dam 5. We don't know how many, but there's certainly many dozens. Could be a much higher number. They don't know. So we want to stop them from getting any further north. Next, don't want to put them into Lake Como. By looking at all these locks and dams, we then looked at the percent time that the gates are passable by carp, whether the lock can house a deterrent system, whether they lack overflow spillways, and we're also very interested in the size of the upstream pool, because if it's short, then fish that do happen to get through, because a few will always get through, then they can be caught there, or even more importantly, they cannot reproduce, because big-headed carp need about 20 to 50 river miles to reproduce because of the way their eggs settle. And if you look there, conditions are perfect at Lock and Dam 5. It meets all criteria. Gates are hardly ever open. It can house a deterrent. It lacks spillways, and the upstream pool is very short. Hardly any carp get through there, and we can reduce that number greatly. And if they do get through, they're basically running into a carp trap. There's an asterisk there, which I should bring up at this point. In the 18,000 foot of an armored embankment at Lock and Dam 5, there are 4 small 4-foot culverts, which were identified in another feasibility report that you funded through the DNR, which we would electrify to close that final gap off. It's debatable when they get through, but that can be easily done. So next slide. I think that's the one where we do them. Of course, the more tools you do, the better. I re-emphasize a deterrent system alone at Lock and Dam 5, I don't believe would be enough. You would have to supplement it with something, and this would be carp removal, which is already occurring, actually. I'm sure the DNR will talk about that. It's just occurring downstream, as it were, not upstream, where I would recommend that it happened. And I'll let them talk about it. It's not perfect. It's probably not highly efficient, but it can be very valuable. If there are only a few carp to catch, if you can get them, those are extremely important fish to get. It makes a big difference. And of course, there's contracted commercial fishing. Next slide, please. So when you do all the numbers, which we've done and published, At Lock and Dam 5, if the deterrent's only 66% efficient deterrent, and the gates, spillway gates are modified, and you have 10% removal, this is the best case scenario. We believe we can stop 99.6% of the fish on an annual basis from passing through there. The numbers will be slightly lower if you do other things. This is a unique, important opportunity. Again, if they get through, all of it's lost and they start reproducing up there, then it doesn't matter anymore. And we believe that number is so low that frankly, they'll die of old age before they reproduce because they only live 10 to 15. Next slide, please. Using LCCMR money, I went to Bar Engineering and I asked, could this plan work and how fast and how soon? I asked them to review and update the 2013 and 2018 assessments, confirm Lock and Dam 5, look at Lock and Dam 5 locations. I will go through all this. You can get it. Is BAF the best way? Can it be installed? How about fish passage? We'll come to that in a second. For native fishes, we don't want to block them off. Can we get the permits or the Army Corps even allow it to happen? What about those darn culverts? How much would it cost? And can it be installed in time? And that report, first draft, is out now. It's officially out. The final draft will be in a few weeks. They confirmed that Lock and Dam 5 is the spot. The gates are really only open a few percent of the year. They believe as an engineer company, as they did in 2013, the BAF is the best. They believe, contrary to the earlier report, that the sound levels associated with BAF are more than adequate. In fact, they're 50 times above background to stop it. That the culverts, if deemed a problem, can be electrified pretty easily. The carp could be removed from pool 5. All the previous flaws are addressable. And they also believe that a native fish passage could be added. I think that might be my last slide. Next one. Thank you. Oh, they've completed a 10% design now. This is how you figure out a cost. I guess that's why I'm at home too. I've got to sort of start doing it to figure it out. So they've done the basics of actually installing a deterrent system. And then they went down to Lock and Dam 5. They pulled the drawings. They've decided where the buildings would be. Can they be built there? It's all very doable. 10% design already exists. Next slide, please. We've starting to look, finishing up now, looking at some kind of fish passage system for sorting and removing carp, and importantly, getting a native fish to go through, which is extremely important. That's why you're doing it. You don't want to impact the native fish, and we believe that's possible. So that would be a win-win. Next slide, please. I'm almost there. They went through all the initial processes of looking at permitting. It varies a little bit, but most permits will be pretty easy. Fortunately, one of these is already operating an Army Corps structure that's extremely similar down in Kentucky. The lock system is almost exactly the same size, width, and depth. And we know what to do. We've been talking with them on part of that project. These permits can be pulled for the most part within a year. That's kind of, you don't need to know all the details, but they've gone through it. Next, unless you want. The costs are right now, they'll be narrowed down, but it's coming in around $12 million, plus or minus a few million. This does not include maintenance, but those numbers again will be available from Kentucky. The point is it's doable. It's not, there's no fatal flaws. We've talked to the Army Corps. They're not saying, in fact, they welcome it. As a matter of fact, Fish and Wildlife Service does. No one's saying this is not possible. We don't want it. It's not in our backyard. No one's saying anything like that. Next slide, I think. The one, getting the money, of course, is a big issue. Figuring out who's going to own it, run it. And then, of course, timing is critical. Depending on if this is Bar Engineering's plan at the present time, if it were to be funded today, or this was 2 months ago, it's possible it could even be installed in next winter when the lock isn't operational. But if things get delayed and you go to a bid, design, build, it could be pushed out to 4 years. If there's permitting and additional studies, it takes years to build these things. The one in Kentucky was put in a year by the Fish and Wildlife Service, but the sooner the better. We don't know when there'll be floods and these fish will get through and reproduce. You want to stop them as soon as possible. So that's something to keep in mind. Time is of the essence. Next slide, I think, is my summary. So thank you for your patience. So in conclusion, the carp are already right here in Minnesota, a fair number of adult. They honestly could reproduce at any time. It's really unfortunately reached that point. Using a combination of 4 techniques that are already available. That's kind of my point. Don't really need any new science here. You know, basically adjusting the gates, adding the bath, fishing them out. We can stop very close to 100% of them at Lock and Dam 5, sparing Lake Pepin, St. Croix, Upper Mississippi River, and all their fishes from what happens with the common carp. It's important to realize you need more than one technique, but that the bath lock deterrent is key. And we believe it can be actually possibly even accomplished with a net improvement on game fishes, because if we got some kind of fish lift system going at Lock and Dam 5 where there's nothing at present, it's possible passage might improve. At least I would hope. It's certainly not get any worse. And that's kind of where we're at. So as a scientist, there's maybe not too much more that I can do. I am studying Lock and Dam 5 right now. We're looking at fish passage there. I can tell you that no fish are getting through the spillway gates. They're all going through the lock in relatively low but modest numbers. And if there were deterrent there, they could be stopped. That's what it's looking like. So that's the situation. Like I said, is the state going to do something or not? I hope they do.
All right, thank you. We've got Dr. Lapnow going to do a presentation, and then we'll open it up for questions for both of you.
Man, this slide presentation. Yeah, if you're ready, I can go on.
Whenever you're ready. Whenever Amanda's ready for you.
Excellent. Thank you for having us here today. My name is Dr. Grace Lapnow, and I am the invasive fish consultant with Minnesota DNR. And I'm going to give a presentation today a little bit about the appropriation that LSOHC provided us in 2012 and what we did with that money, and as well as what we are doing currently, status of invasive carp in Minnesota, and our interaction with Dr. Sorensen's Lock and Dam 5 project. Next slide, please. A little bit of background on invasive carp in Minnesota. The earliest capture of a grass carp was in 1977, a big head carp in 1996, silver carp in 2008, and black carp have not been seen to date in Minnesota waters. As Dr. Sorensen mentioned, each of these fish has different potential impacts on an ecosystem. Big head and silver carp filter plankton, and that can impact the forage food base for a variety of fish, as was seen in Illinois in those studies that Dr. Sorensen mentioned. Grass carp feed on vegetation, and that can impact the availability of fish habitat. As we know, many sport fish rely on vegetation for reproduction and refuge. Black carp feed on snails and mussels, which is a particular concern because of the endangered mussels in the state of Minnesota. This map shows the total captures of invasive carp in Minnesota through 2021. You can see that I've marked the location of Lock and Dam 5 so that you can locate the captures above and below there. There are invasive carp above Lock and Dam 5, but majority of the captures have been below Lock and Dam 5 to this point. Next, please. Minnesota DNR has been working on invasive carp since Governor Dayton's summit in 2011 on invasive carp. The LSOHC appropriation of $7.5 million was made in 2012. Our program is currently funded by a combination of base funds, Natural Resources Trust money, and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service grants. We focus on prevention, monitoring, research, coordination, and response activities for invasive carp. Next, please. So I'm going to go into a bit of background about the appropriation from 2012. The appropriation was made for the design, construction, including acquisition, operation, and evaluation of structural deterrents for invasive carp to protect Minnesota's aquatic habitat. We use these funds to fund a total of 7 activities, and I'll go through each of those now. Next, please. This map gives you an idea of where the activities were located. There were several deterrents either installed or designed, and also some studies of feasibility for deterrents conducted in the Mississippi River and in the Minnesota River. Next, please. Our first activity was designing an electric deterrent at Lock and Dam 1. We contracted with Smith Root, which is an electrofishing electric deterrent company, and Bar Engineering for a full design of an electric deterrent at Lock and Dam 1 on the Mississippi River. Bar Engineering also explored different options for a BAF style deterrent as well. Peter also alluded to that report. The estimated cost to build this deterrent was $8 to $74 million, depending on the type of deterrent and the placement within the lock. Lower St. Anthony Falls lock was permanently closed in 2015, and that made this deterrent at Lock and Dam 1 unnecessary, so this project was not pursued further. Next, please. The next activity was to plug watershed breaches in the Missouri River Basin. DNR Fisheries identified several watershed breaches where invasive carp could enter the state from the Missouri River Basin. And invasive carp are abundant in the Missouri River Basin, so this was a concern for a sort of backdoor approach into the state. 7 sites were blocked either by removing culverts, building berms, adding screens like you can see in the photo, or installing electric deterrents at culverts and across drainage ditches. Invasive carp are now abundant in the Missouri River, as I said, and so these projects have been very beneficial in protecting area waters in southwest Minnesota. Next, please. The third activity was for an electric deterrent at Lower Gar Lake Outlet in Iowa. We did a cost share with Iowa DNR. This deterrent has helped protect Iowa's Great Lakes, which are in the northern portion of Iowa, and also by extension, southwest Minnesota waters that are further upstream. This has paved the way for some future collaborations with Iowa as well, including larval monitoring that we coordinate with the state. Next, please. Our fourth activity was to evaluate a deterrent for the Minnesota River. We contracted with Minnesota State Mankato to study the feasibility of installing a deterrent on the Minnesota River. The conclusion, and it produced a very large report, approximately 200 or 300 pages of information, which is very valuable to us. But the conclusion was that high variation in flow and channel width due to the flooding that happens on the Minnesota River, and also the possible impacts on native fish, make a deterrent in the Minnesota River main channel impractical. The information from this study is now helping us look at prevention activities for other invasive species such as Prussian carp. So definitely a lot of value to this study. Next, please. The fifth activity was to evaluate deterrents at different locks and dams within the Mississippi River. This project was through University of Minnesota, Dr. Sorensen. They monitored fish passage at Lock and Dam 2 and found that most passage at that lock happens during open river conditions when those dam gates come out of the water. Fish passage modeling was conducted as part of this, and they also evaluated the efficacy of an acoustic deterrent at Lock and Dam 8 and found low efficacy at that location and with that type of deterrent, and recommended more of a BAF style deterrent. Next, please. Activity 6 was to look at electric deterrents on tributaries of the Minnesota River. There were 2 sites near Mankato identified as priority locations for deterrents to prevent movement into the area lakes. Madison Eagle Lakes and Elysian Buffalo Lakes both had electric deterrents designed, permitted, and constructed by February 2019. Next, please. And the final activity is an evaluation of a deterrent at Lock and Dam 5. We contracted with University of Minnesota Duluth to evaluate the feasibility of a BAF deterrent at the Lock and Dam 5. The study identified several factors that would affect the efficacy of the deterrent, including the culverts that Dr. Sorensen talked about. And the study recommended against installing the deterrent, but we will talk more about that a bit later when I talk about Lock and Dam 5. Next, please. So while much has been done already, DNR agrees that action on invasive carp must continue. This is an urgent issue that continues to evolve. Our invasive carp action plan is due for an update, and we will be pursuing a structured decision-making process to evaluate different options for management and to update the action plan. This process will be transparent and comprehensive, incorporating diverse stakeholders and experts, essentially all partners who need to be at the table. As you can imagine, some of these options, such as Lock and Dam 5 options, would involve many partners, including Wisconsin DNR, Army Corps of Engineers, and potentially some others who may be involved in permitting and evaluating such a solution. Next, please. So this process will examine all of the potential management options for invasive carp, including the Lock and Dam 5 option. We will analyze the trade-offs to arrive at the best management actions and incorporate those into our action plan. DNR is finalizing a contract with USGS. They will be facilitating and being the practitioners of the making process. And they have been involved in structured decision-making processes on invasive carp in the past. If anyone is interested in participating, we do welcome you to email me with the structured decision-making process subject line, and I will add you to our list of interested parties. Next. Sorry for the small font on the screen up there. Wanted to talk a little bit about the work that we are currently doing on invasive carp. We work with contracted commercial fishermen to capture invasive carp, and we also conduct targeted sampling for all life stages of invasive carp, including adults, juveniles, eggs, and larvae. Eggs and larvae have not been found in the state of Minnesota to date. So there has been no reproduction detected. The furthest upstream point of reproduction that's known is in Iowa in pool 16. We work with the public and other commercial fishermen to verify reports of encounters beyond the ones that we capture ourselves. We also tag and track invasive carp to learn about their movement patterns, and we use those fish as trader fish to identify locations that we should target for capture. Currently, we have a tagged bighead carp in the St. Croix River, and that fish has been there since 2017. We also have a tagged silver carp in pool 5A that moved up from pool 8 this year. There's also one silver carp in pool 9. Other tagged fish have either died or moved out of the state. And so we are looking to tag additional fish as available. We also test new technologies for monitoring and response. An example of that is this year we've been testing an algae attractant, trying to attract fish to a particular location to target for removal. We also lead the modified unified method events, also known as MUM events, that Dr. Sorensen talked about earlier. Next slide, please. MUM events began in 2021 in response to increased captures in pool 8. The modified unified method uses sound and electricity to herd carp into blocked off cells, progressively moving fish towards a designated site for removal. It's kind of been described as a carp rodeo, a carp roundup in the past. This has been a big partnership between Minnesota DNR, Wisconsin DNR, Fish and Wildlife Service, USGS, National Park Service, and the Wild Rivers Conservancy. And to date, we have removed a total of 37 silver carp using this method, and we have had 4 modified unified methods to date. Next, please. We plan to continue the MUM events 1 to 2 times per year. And we are always adapting this method to try and improve the efficacy by incorporating new technologies and new approaches as identified by USGS and US Fish and Wildlife Service. We plan to increase our tagging and tracking program to help us locate additional concentrations of invasive carp. We will implement additional commercial fishing. We've received funding from the Fish and Wildlife Service to double the amount of commercial fishing next year. We will continue to monitor for all life stages and test new technologies as they are available. And we encourage and facilitate public reporting. And as I said, we will update the invasive carp action plan. Next, please. So a little bit about our interaction with the Lock and Dam 5 project. DNR is grateful for the efforts from Dr. Sorensen and other researchers in support of invasive carp management. We provided some staff support for ongoing fish passage studies at Lock and Dam 5. We've been in regular communication about the project and provided feedback at a stakeholder meeting. And while we do, as I said, we'd like to include this in our process, so we do not have a position on this project at this point. There are several questions that I think it's important to make folks aware of as you consider this option. So next, please. Our pending questions on the model are that the model estimates that an average of 2.8% of invasive carp can currently pass through the pair of dams of 4 and 5. That's without any sort of improvements being made. So improvements should be viewed with this baseline passage rate in mind. Just consider the added benefit of the improvements from there. The model is for a generic pair of 2 locks and dams, not specific to these locks and dams, so additional info could be helpful in evaluating this. There's a range of possible outcomes, and some of the outcomes are very near that baseline rate. Next, please. The culverts that were identified by the Duluth study as passable by invasive carp are not currently in the design, in the 10% design, but it's our understanding from communications with Dr. Sorensen that they are to be addressed in future design. Preliminary data that we've been shown from the BAF in Kentucky shows 57% deterrence during spring and summer when invasive carp are most likely to attempt to move through a lock and dam. They move primarily during spring due to an instinct for spawning. There's only 1 year of data available from using this type of deterrent in the field, and it's unclear to us how that Kentucky location relates to Lock and Dam 5 to evaluate how that would differ in this location. It's also uncertain how a deterrent would impact native fish passage and native mussel communities. I know a fishway has been mentioned. To date, there is not really a design that is selective for passing native fish and not passing invasive carp, although there is some work beginning on that at sites further downstream. Next, please. There's some questions on funding as well. The current estimate is for a 10% design. Any sort of additional deterrents such as electric deterrents at the culvert or any sort of system to clear barges that can bring small fish across a deterrent would raise the cost. Does not include operations and maintenance, as was mentioned, and does not include the removal portion of this solution, the commercial fishing or agency-led removal. It's unclear who's responsible for funding this project also at this point. Next, please. But with those things in mind, we're committed to invasive carp prevention and management, and we want to support finding new solutions to manage invasive carp. This solution will be considered as part of our action plan update, and we're grateful for the partnerships with everyone who's present today. We will continue to review this option and in pursuit of the best solution for the state. Next, please. So thank you. And if you'd like more information on our invasive carp program, please visit our website. We have all of our reports available there. Thank you.
Great. I think we have Heidi, who's going to give us a little bit of your perspective on this, and then we'll open it up to questions.
Yeah, my name is Heidi Wolf. I supervise the invasive species unit here with Grace, just to really here to answer questions. So I'm just happy to move on to that section. Thank you.
All right. Peter, do you want to come back up? And
Sure.
the more you can crowd together, well, we got you all now.
We're all.
So
Yeah, we are.
first,
Yep.
let me thank you all for coming today and talking about this. It's obviously a issue that has great potential impact on the state. And so thanks everybody for your time and your efforts. I open it up to questions. Yeah, Mark.
Dr. Lopnow,
Yep.
can you elaborate kind of in an organic way, what you, on the pending questions page? And I need it so I can understand it.
Okay.
What are you talking about? What are you trying to tell me in those questions?
Sure. Chairman and members of the committee, I think what we're trying to say essentially is that there is no real silver bullet for invasive carp. So there are questions pending on the efficacy of such a solution. And I think one of the important considerations too is that this would need to be part of an integrated pest management approach. You will still need to incorporate removal and things like that. Deterrent does not stop reproduction in any way. It stops movement. There's also the possibility of carp moving in that 2% time when the gates are out of the water. Unfortunately, when gates are out of the water is also when they have that spawning instinct, usually in the spring when there's high levels of water. So I think it's just important to be realistic about the potential efficacy and impacts of such an action.
Follow up with that. So help me in the range. Basically what I'm hearing is they're still gonna get here through this approach is what I'm sensing, I'm hearing you say. Like, can you give me a range of success? This is help me out. Are we doomed and it doesn't matter? Or
I think it's uncertain. It's difficult to be fully certain on something like this. The modeling that's been done on this project, and Dr. Sorensen can probably speak better to this than I can, shows a range of potential outcomes of passage. If a deterrent is installed and if the gate operations are modified to reduce passage through the gates. So there's a potential for carp moving even with this installed. And I think one of the unknowns is reproduction. Essentially, how many fish are going to be challenging this location? How many fish are going to be trying to move through that dam? I know Dr. Sorensen mentioned that they would die before they're able to reproduce upstream, but it depends on the number of fish that get through. And right now we don't have reproduction happening in the state, but if additional reproduction were to happen, that would be more fish challenging than deterrent.
And I would say that DNR doesn't think we're doomed. I think there's just gonna be a variety of actions that we need to take to address this. And the reason we'd like to do this structured decision-making process is to figure out what is the best group of actions. And so we really want to get experts around the nation to come in and work with us to say which layers of protection, which different things we do, are they going to be the most effective and help us? And, we will keep working on removal of fish. We've been doing the mom exercises for several years. We've been doing commercial fishing for many years to keep removing mass, to keep them out of here, so there's not reproduction. So we do hold out a lot of hope that these will be very effective ways to deal with the problem, but we want to get together with folks who've dealt with this in their states, with folks who are experts on invasive carp, including Dr. Sorensen, and say, okay, out of all the options, what are our best things we can do? And then in what order, how do we layer them? How do we prioritize them?
Tom? Peter? you
Yeah,
have-
I just,
Mr. Yeah, I think Dr.
I
Sorensen.
certainly don't disagree with anything was said at all. You're going to need a number of approaches, and I think I was clear on that. And and then I guess my main point is that you already have a carp deterrent system that's extremely effective already in the water, costs nothing. It's already doing this, and it could be improved. And we can argue whether it's 95% or 97% or 99%. In fact, the only way to find out is wait for the carp here and see what happens. And I'm not interested in that, honestly, but it's pretty darn effective. And if you question its efficacy, a good way to look at it is to go downstream. And there's a lock and dam 19 in Keokuk, Iowa, that has no spillway gates, that just has a lock. And that's very well documented. It took 10 to 15 years for carp to get past that system with no deterrent in place. So it was clearly extremely effective. And additionally, I might add that places like Illinois were rapidly overrun with carp, while it's taken them 40 years to get up this far upstream. And the reason I believe, and the numbers strongly suggest it, is that these series of locks and dams are slowing them down every step of the way. And it's just, and this one, Lock and Dam 5, is particularly unique and important in its position in the river, the way it operates, and the way it can stop carp. And it won't have that effect if we wait until they get past it. So we've got an opportunity, a very special opportunity. And that's, I'm not saying that other things shouldn't happen, they should, but I'm saying this is one you shouldn't let go while you study it some more. If that makes sense.
Tom, you had your,
Thank you, Mr.
Hand up.
Chair. So, Dr. Just for background, there's no other predator for this fish.
Well,
They're just.
there are. So there are mostly on the young. We've done some work on that, but they seem pretty ineffective. Common carp can be controlled. Bluegill sunfish get the eggs. The invasive carp, they release very large eggs in the middle of the water column, where there's really not much other than perhaps like paddlefish that could eat them, and they go out the side. But no, there's been no highly effective predator. Now that could actually be easily part of a strategy that could add a few percent of effectiveness to this overall deterrent pattern, would be managing fish, and I've suggested it in pool 5, so that if there is reproduction, I don't think it could happen, but if there is, then maybe these few predators would pick them up. But the point is, the lock and dam is stopping, like I said, you're not going to get anything else that stops something already in the 90th plus percentile. And quibbling about numbers, I guess I'm just not that kind of a person. It works. The question is how well, and then get it in and make it work better. That's just and I'm not against, I certainly think there should be more studies and structured decision making. Of course, you're going to need better techniques. And I guess I wanted to add one more thing. Of course, a few adults will get through. That's always been the case. What we're really after here is stopping reproduction. That's the bottom line. Not a few adults, but a successful reproductive event in which young are produced. That's really what you want. A couple carp in the water doesn't hurt anybody. It's when you've got whatever, hundreds of thousands of young growing up.
Dudley, you had your hand up?
Yeah, I was just trying to understand. It seems like the DNR and the university have different opinions on what to do or if to do anything, I guess. And my question is to Dr. Lopnow is that have anything to do with cost? I mean, because it sounds like there is just the fact that that lock and dam system is there, that there's a pretty high deterrent already involved in, I think you mentioned numbers like $8 to $74 million, if I was paying attention to actually do something. So I was just curious if the reason that the DNR wants to do more research has anything to do with just the cost of doing something.
I think the position that we're in right now is that we just need to thoroughly evaluate the option. I don't think we are opposing it at this point. We are just in need of further evaluation. I think, you know, this deterrent, I'm not saying that there is not something to be gained, but there's uncertainties still at this point.
And so we're not actually advocating for more research at this time, but actually the SDM process will just be a process to evaluate all the options where we invite partners, USGS, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, state of Wisconsin, and others to come to the table, evaluate the options there are right now, and then make decisions. It has nothing to do with the cost. We will try to evaluate what the cost of options would be, and then we will recommend those through DNR's commissioner to the governor. So that is just a process to sit down and evaluate all the options that currently are there and prioritize them, and to try to get stakeholder input. The process does ask for citizens of the state and others to come to the table and talk about what their values are and what they're looking for and how do we best meet those values. And we're estimating our goal is 6 to 9 months. So we hope to be started very shortly and make the process as quick as possible.
And our intent was not to oppose this with our presentation, but to provide additional information.
Scott, you had your hand up. You're on mute. You're still on mute, Scott.
Sorry, my screen
There
wasn't
you go.
working the way I wanted it to. So my question is roughly along the same lines as Dudley's. I think what I'm most hearing in the difference in the presentations is the sense of urgency. And I think DNR might have just answered my question, but you know, I hear more urgency on the part of Dr. Sorensen and less so on the part of DNR. What, you know, how much fire is hanging here? I'm hearing if we don't act decisively with substantial capital investments and construction of structures this time, next year will be too late. I'm hearing from the DNR more analysis and process and consultation needed. I hear 6 to 9 months, these things take longer than that. What is the urgency? I think I'm most interested in hearing from the DNR and their sense of how short our timeline is.
It's a great question. I wish we had better answers to it. Like you've seen from the data today, this has been a problem over time. Invasive carp have been here for a little while now, 40 years. And so we are trying to look at that. Definitely we feel the urgency. Again, part of our desire is for the process that we come to, the decision that we come to, or the recommendation we make on what to do next to be open and inclusive and to have people at the table. And our hope is that that will actually shorten time needed later. So if we get USGS, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, and the state of Wisconsin would obviously have to be involved in these issues to the table to help make those decisions, that then we won't run into a later roadblock where one of those agencies says, I don't agree. And then, you know, has a huge consultation process that takes even longer. So we're trying to get folks to the table, make the best decision we can that's well informed. I keep saying about this issue, sadly, I don't think there's going to be any good decisions. There's not a magic bullet. It's going to be just a process of trying to figure out the best solutions. But we want that to be well informed, have the other experts around the nation involved in it so that we have as much info as possible and make sure that our partners, all of our partners, are on board and support the direction we want to go. And so although that will take time, we also see that as part of the process of moving forward and not running into a roadblock.
Ashley has something, but I'm just gonna say, as an outsider who's watched this whole debate for now almost a decade, it's really disturbing that you don't say, everybody get together in November and get through the process instead of 6 to 9 months. It just doesn't make sense to me. I'm just an outsider with a view to this. It's been a crisis for a decade. Ashley?
Thank you. And thank you for your presentations. Working in public relations, a lot of the time, I understand very much how important it is for the public to understand and take seriously natural resources threats. So I'm just curious if you could give recommendations for where we can go to learn more about what we've seen in states where there are already invasions, how that's impacted the resources, and then potentially, you know, when you think about tourism and the perception and the impact that that has on things like fishing licenses, you know, people visiting certain places. I grew up in Iowa. The lake in my hometown is completely taken over by carp. And it definitely affects people coming to visit and the dollars that come into that community. So obviously, the council cares most about the habitat and the wildlife, but there is an element of this where it does matter very much how seriously the public takes this and to understand the economics of that. So I'm just looking for more information on what could potentially be the impacts, and has that study been done in another state where we've already seen carp invasions?
It's a very good question. The states that have seen some of the largest impacts so far have been Illinois and Kentucky and Missouri, I would say. They have very extensive programs in place to try to manage invasive carp. But they're you know, dealing with large populations of invasive carp at this point. I think, you know, looking to their agencies is the best for the best information on potential impacts is helpful. Federally, there's been some risk assessments done as well. I know there's a binational risk assessment for invasive carp that goes into a little bit of information about that. For anyone interested, there's a federal site, invasivecarp.us, that has some additional information available on invasive carp throughout the nation.
Ron, you had a question?
Thank you, David. Mr. Chair. Kind of echo your thoughts here. What I think I heard today, to me, is very sad, disturbing, because it seems like you're not getting along up there. And I hope that's not the case, but that's the impression I just have had. He says, let's go. Dr. Sorensen said, let's go. We have the solution for lock and dam number 5. The other side of the table is saying, wait a minute, we have to fulfill our plans here. We're still looking at this. We still have questions, blah, 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 blah. And he says, we got to get going right now. And the carp are coming. So I go, wow. I'm like David. I go, huh? What? Dr. Sorensen has been looking at carp for 100 years.
No.
Maybe I overemphasized that.
You look good for 100.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm totally, I'm very disappointed in what I heard today, because doing nothing is what I heard we're going to be doing now for a long time. That's what I heard today.
Mark, you had a.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Senator Dibble got into some of my questions on timing, but as I'm sitting here, I'm hearkening back to a time. A lot of this stuff talks about 2011, but I distinctly recall 2006, 2007, a discussion where Minnesota DNR, Wisconsin DNR, Army Corps of Engineers identified, I believe, Lock and Dam 11 as the stop spot to implement a acoustic bubble barrier design. And a lot of the same discussion, a lot of the same comments of we need to study, we need to look, we need to understand was being thrown at us then. Now, listen, my memory can be way off. It's not what it was, but I'm pretty sure that's where we were back in '07.
Actually, it was locked in 19.
Was it 19? Okay.
Very similar discussion, and now they're past it and reading above it.
Yeah, right. I'm just saying this was identified much earlier. Work was being accomplished. And I remember there was a lot of work done subsequently, changing the operations at the lock and dams and how they operated. We changed a lot of our invasive species laws in the state to try to stop the soft flow around, not through the river, but through people's actions. We did a lot of those early implemental stuff, but this discussion, the discussion we're having here right now is exactly the same one we had in '07. And I'm hearing the exact same comments of we need to study, we need to look, and I have to caution the DNR. If you are not set today with the Army Corps, with the state of Wisconsin and their DNR and ready to move, I don't know how the legislature 9 months from now is going to react to you coming forward. I mean, 9 months from now, 6 to 9 months of a decision puts you behind the legislative 8-ball in looking not prepared. When you've had more than a decade to come up with a solution, a plan. And I'm trying to look at this analytically. You're scientists, and I'm trying to look at this analytically, but I gotta tell you, the human emotional side, it doesn't look or sound good to me.
Any other comments or questions? Oh, Dudley has. Sorry, Dudley.
That's okay.
I'm trying so hard to watch everything at once and I missed you again, so I apologize.
It's okay.
If anyone else on the Zoom from the council sees me doing that, feel free to just sort of speak up and I'll catch you that way.
Yeah, my question, I mean, again, I don't think anybody on the council is attacking the DNR here. We just are a little confused at the lack of action. And after so much research, after so many sort of worst case scenarios in states south of us, it seems like you'd have enough information to make a decision. So I guess my question again is like, what's the worst possible thing that could happen if you act now? Why does the DNR feel they need more research? I mean, if you acted now, what do you think we'd miss out on something, or someone wouldn't have a say? But I mean, I'm just curious what's the worst case scenario, and why is the DNR kind of putting the brakes on doing anything immediately?
I don't think we necessarily are. Like Grace has stated, we don't have a problem necessarily with the proposal. We have questions that are unanswered, data we would like to have to understand the efficacy of the project. So if the project goes forward, if the legislature decides to move that project forward, obviously we'll happily partner on that. We're just coming and saying we do have questions. There are some things that are unclear about how effective that project will be. If we're looking at, 3% right now, we're talking about 3% of fish passage through the 2 locks and dams with no improvements. And this is a potential improvement. How much will it improve the situation? And I think then the question is that worth, that barrier, or is there other options that would be as effective? If we're going to do fishing down, or the MUM events, how should that be done most effectively? And so we're just trying to get folks to the table to have those conversations get a little bit more information. We're not trying to do studies. There's no more research. It's merely partners coming to the table in a structured way with the facilitator to evaluate values of the state of Minnesota and their citizens, and then talk about recommendations based on those values of the current possible options, which there are many. And of course, Locking Dam 5 proposal will be part of that evaluation, but there is no dissension. The DNR doesn't have a position or is not against Locking Dam 5 proposal that Dr. Sorensen has brought up. And we partnered with Dr. Sorensen for years, as you can see. Part of our funding from the Lessard-Sams Outdoor Heritage Council went to Dr. Sorensen and his lab to fund some of these projects to look into and evaluate different options for invasive carp in the state of Minnesota.
So I have just one slightly unrelated question. I've done a fair amount of work with invasives and one of the techniques that's often used for eradications in islands is tagging goats specifically because they're herd animals, so that you can find the rest of the goats on the island. It's used, the terminology that's used is Judas. You end up with a Judas goat that takes you to all the other ones, and then you can do the eradication. But you know, there are lots of examples in the US, something I disagree with, which is the trap, neuter, and release of cats as a way of controlling cats. I'm curious, when you trap carp that are invasives and you tag them, are you neutering them so that they can't breed? Because I'm really concerned that you're tracking fish that could be the ones that cause the problems, and I'm curious as to how you're handling that and what your logic is if you're not neutering them.
No, we do not neuter them. Fish can be essentially made to be sterile when they're extremely young, like in the egg stage. But after that, it would be very difficult to neuter them and have them survive the process of neutering and tagging and release. We release them because we can follow them and find these other populations of these other concentrations of invasive carp. So for instance, that one tagged big head carp in the St. Croix River has helped us remove 7 additional fish that we wouldn't have otherwise likely been able to locate. The benefits are potentially extremely great for tagging. They can help us identify when fish are moving and where they are moving to. Seasonal locations. For instance, there's some locations we've identified based on that big head carp where overwintering happens. So it might be sites that we can target for under ice seining in the winter. There's a variety of different applications of tagging. And we have support from our partners at Fish and Wildlife Service to increase the amount of tagging. It's very valuable to our work to be able to see where these fish are located.
So why wouldn't you raise young ones, neuter them, and release those instead of releasing adults that can breed?
The release of a prohibited invasive species in Minnesota would be a difficult thing to accomplish. Do you have any further info on regulations?
I don't have information on whether that has been considered as a possibility, but right, currently it would be illegal. We'd have to go back to the legislature and ask for statute to be changed, which we did for this tagging program as well.
And to my knowledge, there are not sterile invasive big head and silver carp available for release.
Okay. One last question and then we got to move on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want everyone to be clear. My comments are in an effort to try to impress upon the DNR the sense of urgency. Because without the DNR leading and coming to the legislature, coming to us and saying, this has to happen, these are the kind of questions that are just going to kind of lay out there. And I don't doubt that. It's important to recognize that Dr. Sorensen's study, it's not finalized yet. And so it's still, we're kind of, I don't want to say jumping the gun, but we're not jumping the gun, but it's in the agency's in this difficult period where I recognize that. You've got a study that is compelling to the public, to yourselves. But it's not complete. It's hard for you to finally come in and say that. But I also need to point out the length of time it takes. We're talking about allocating dollars now that won't be available until July of next year. Waiting for 6 to 9 months doesn't provide resources for July of 2004. And so it's just understanding, as I'm trying to lay this across the funding decision-making calendar, how this works with what Dr. Sorensen is pointing out in his study. So I just want to make that clear.
Great. Well, thank you all for coming and giving us your time this morning. Hope things move quickly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next on our agenda is a discussion of the Mississippi Northwoods Recreational Trail and an update. We did have a public comment that came in from Gary Drotz concerning this, so I'm going to give him time as part of the presentation discussion to weigh in rather than waiting until public comment time, just to let everyone know in advance. And with that, introduce yourselves and go ahead.
Yeah. Slide 1, please. You're ready for it.
Good morning. My name is Randy Harrison, and with me today is Brian Pike. And we are both board members of the Cuyuna Lakes Trail Association. I'd like to thank the chair, council members, and staff for this opportunity to discuss our association and the Cuyuna Lakes State Trail that we were formed to serve. Next slide. Sorry. Thank you, Amanda.
Technical difficulties.
Joining us on site today are two guests, Wade Miller and Kent Scar from the DNR's Parks and Trails Division. In addition, and a slight change to the presentation, John Schambach has also joined us as a virtual guest. John was among our association's early board members, and we want to thank all three of you for making yourselves available to assist with questions and comments this morning. Our prepared remarks will take about 15 minutes, so relatively brief. We want to be respectful of your time and keep things moving, but we also want to be sure your questions are answered and that your comments are heard. Feel free to ask questions during the presentation or at the end as you wish. Logistically, I'll be sharing a few slides regarding the current state of our association and the Cuyuna Lake State Trail. And then I'll be turning it over to Brian, who will discuss continued expansion of the trail. Okay. Next slide, please.
Of particular note is that the trail is proposed, the conceptual route will be crossing the Mississippi River Northwoods property. I'll get into that once we get a little bit of background on the Cuyuna Lake State Trail and our association.
There's many milestones in the history of our association as well as the state trail. We could touch on several of those, but we really want to highlight two particular things. First, the year 1998. That's the year in which the Cuyuna Lake State Trail Association was formed. So it's been around for quite a few years now. And it was formed by a group of community members that were truly enthused about the potential benefits of bringing an official Minnesota State Trail to the Cuyuna Lakes region. And their charter was the same then as it is today. And that is that the Cuyuna Lakes Trail Association is an all-volunteer advocacy group. We're a nonprofit and we're dedicated solely to the continued success of the Cuyuna Lakes State Trail. Another milestone we wanted to point out occurred in 2004. In 2004, the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources Division of Trails and Waterways released the Cuyuna Lakes State Trail Master Plan. Next slide, please. Master plan includes conceptual guidelines to connect several communities within the Cuyuna Lakes region, as well as extending to the southwest, connecting to the city of Brainerd-Baxter, as well as to the east, the city of Aiken. Next slide, please. Now, this slide depicts the Cuyuna Lake State Trail as it exists near the Cuyuna Country State Recreation Area. Those two entities share the same general geographic area, and the map that's on the slide at the moment is actually a map of the Cuyuna Country State Recreation Area. In the lower left of that map is the city of Riverton, and there's a solid brown line. That is the state trail. It passes to the east or to the right from the city of Riverton to the northern edges of Ironton, Crosby, and then extends further to the right to the far east of the map to the city of Deerwood. Okay. At present, the Cuyuna Lake State Trail has 9.2 finished miles. Okay. The trail to date has been built in sections beginning in 2004, and the most recent and third section being completed in 2019. Any questions regarding our association or the state trail before I turn it over to Brian?
All right, hearing none. Thank you, Randy. I hope that background info on the Trail Association and the Cuyuna Lake State Trail is helpful to the council and the members here. So why are we here today? Next slide, Amanda. Many of you may have know that the trail, as it comes from Riverton, where it ends currently, which is northeast of Brainerd, Minnesota, ends near the Sagamore unit of the Kaina State Recreation Area. Our association and the goal following the content of the master plan is to continue that trail development southwest towards the city of Brainerd, north of Highway 210 and south of the Mississippi River, which includes the Mississippi River northwards property. So there's a statement here in that slide that I'd like to read to the council. The appropriation language for the acquisition of the Mississippi River northwards habitat complex, often referred locally to the Mississippi River northwards or just the northwoods, requires the Lessard-Sams Outdoor Heritage Council approval if a paved trail is to be developed on that land. Now, the next statement I will read is part of the recorded deed to that property, and it states, development of a paved trail on land acquired under this paragraph constitutes an alteration of the intended use of the interest of the real property and must be handled according to the Minnesota statute section 97A.056 subdivision 15, excuse me. Any plan, including trail alignment for the development of a paved trail must be submitted to the Lessard-Sams Outdoor Heritage Council for approval. No paved trail development or paved trail use is allowed unless it is specified in the plan for trail use and alignment and approved by the Lessard-Sams Outdoor Heritage Council. So that's the reason for our presentation today to the council. A lot has occurred since 2012 when the property was acquired. Next slide, Amanda. Thank you. The property was acquired and transferred to the Cronin County in November of 2012. So nearly 10 years has gone since that property was in public ownership. A lot of collaboration went into that acquisition, including the work here at the Lessard-Sams Outdoor Heritage Council, the Trust for Public Land. Susan Schmidt was the leader working with the Trust for Public Land, and Bob is in the audience as well from the Trust for Public Land. The Nature Conservancy also had a role in spearheading the collaborated efforts, and Todd Holman from the Nature Conservancy is also in the audience today. The Kaina Lakes Trail Association, we were involved in input in terms of the goal of locating a state trail through that general area within that property. Area legislatures were involved and others, including the Minnesota DNR in Crow Wing County. Next slide, Amanda. You'll see here on a conceptual map that was developed, the green line in the upper right side of that map is the existing trails that were developed that Randy mentioned in 3 segments over time. The red line is our conceptual route that identifies where we would take the trail from Riverton, heading it through the Sagamore unit of the Kaina State Recreation Area, continuing west through much of Crow Wing County managed public land into the Northwoods property that is managed by Crow Wing County, towards the Brainerd Airport, and then getting close to Highway 210. Much of that land between the airport and Riverton is heavily public land ownership. A few private parcels remain in Riverton that we've been working on acquiring. Also with some work, we've been looking at routes close to Brainerd as well. The Brainerd Lakes and Kaina Lakes regions are truly building an outdoor recreation opportunities. Being a regional destination very close to the Twin Cities, outdoor recreation will only be getting stronger in the years ahead in the Brainerd Lakes regions. Next slide, Amanda. As we looked at potential concept routes, we knew there was challenges associated with where the route may go. We worked with the Brainerd Regional Lakes Airport and the FAA. They recently updated their master plan a few years ago. In that master plan update, they looked at the opportunities to extend this conceptual state trail route around the airport. So they reviewed many of the alternative routes that we proposed or looked at and came up with a plan that took on the look of a conceptual route. The airport was a significant work undertaking with the FAA and their consultants to see if alternative routes would have the better options, staying close to 210. So much work was done in looking at those alternative options through the FAA and the update to the master plan of the Brainerd Airport. Right now, this is they approved the conceptual route to go on the northmost part of the runway, which is close to some of the bays of the Mississippi River. And that location is generally the preferred route, trying to have the trail be close to the river and things like that. So alternative routes were looked at. There were significant wetlands, private property, and State Highway 210 right-of-way challenges that occurred. The next slide, Amanda. This next slide will show the Mississippi River property specifically. Those that have a paper copy or on the screen, the straight lines are the boundaries of the Mississippi River Northwoods. The conceptual route for state trail is the light blue or gray line. Other existing trails exist within the Northwoods property as well. That was previously potlatch land, so there was a fair amount of forest management activity, logging roads that were developed when potlatch owned that property. So there's an extensive amount of access trails in that property. The Kaina Lake State Trail, once built, will become the route for the Mississippi River Trail. This segment from Brainerd to Riverton and through the Kaina Lake State Recreation will truly become an iconic segment of the Kaina Lake State Trail. Few state trails go through such pristine areas and not have that human or urban interface that's associated with many state trails. So this segment of about 10 to 12 miles will have a real natural feel for sure. Next slide, Amanda. So the Kaina Lake State Trail will provide public access to the Mississippi River northwards property west of Sand Creek. Approximately 350 acres lies on the west side of Sand Creek, which is kind of a physical barrier to access for hunters and others as they access the property from the east and south. The Kaina Lakes, currently the public land west of Sand Creek has no public access due to private property barriers off public right of ways. The Kaina Lake State Trail will provide ADA access along the route for hunters. Hunters can utilize the non-motorized trail if developed to access challenging areas within the Mississippi River northwards property. Existing trails that are out there are non-ADA compliant. There was a fair amount of terrain out there. So development of a trail may provide those opportunities that hunters currently don't have to access key portions of the Mississippi River northwards. Next slide, Amanda. Again, there's the map again, so you can take a closer look. Utilizing existing trails or pathways was discouraged by Crow County's perspective, since existing routes are used by hunters, recreation users, and forest management activities. The Trail Association took care in the conceptual route to avoid displacing too many existing trails. So our goal was to not follow those paths of least resistance, but to create a unique standalone trail and allow those other uses to continue. Next slide, Amanda. There had been some talk of, what would a lineal trail do in terms of edge effect in the forest. Much of that area is forest land managed by Crow County for the diversity and sustainability of forest resources. So we had looked at, if you Google effects of forest edge effects, you can get both negative and positive impacts of forest edges. So I did a Google search and just found a few things that was interesting, and it states it there. What is the benefit of an edge effect? Edge effects can be, forest land adjoining next to an agricultural field for a large change. The lineal trail will have a very narrow edge effect and may be temporary. But the increased availability of light to plants along the edges allows more plants to be supported. You have greater diversity of plants and increases productivity. With that increase in productivity of plant diversity, increases herbivores, insects, which increases birds, ultimately predators and other wildlife animals. So depending on one's point of view, forest edge may have impacts that are beneficial, and maybe slightly depending on your other point of views, those benefits may have negative impacts pertaining to other items, particularly in the environment. So I would say that edge effect certainly could have some values for habitat and wildlife because of the change of the light situations and things like that. Next slide, Amanda. One thing I want to mention too is those that were involved currently with concept route. I'd like to mention the involvement with Crow County and the Minnesota DNR. Crow County has been actively engaged in our Kaina Lakes Trail Association meeting since 2019. A multi-step recreational trail approval process will be pursued with Crow County once approval from the Lessard-Sams Outdoor Heritage Council and private properties are in place. So the county's been well aware of our intentions. We just have yet to start the official approval process with Crow County. The Minnesota DNR will be responsible for the design, location, identifying trail length and construction specifications in detail. The DNR will also be the management authority during construction and future maintenance of the statutorily authorized state trail. If there's questions later, Wade Miller and Ken Scar could certainly provide detail to some of their involvement with potential development of a state trail. Next question, Amanda. So we feel that the association, the concept route is overall the best and most ideal concept route location. And certainly environmental, cultural, and archaeological reviews will be conducted to guide the location and development of the trail following the DNR standards. So even though our proposed route is showing the ideal location, much of the archaeological reviews may force that trail to other locations. Even the Sand Creek Bridge location was chosen as the best possible route. The Sand Bridge location is on the furthest most point of Sand Creek before it enters into the bays of the Mississippi River. The trail would be coming from the northeast. So there was discussions about not taking the trail too far south, down towards further south on Sand Creek to increase the trail construction costs, just to bring the trail further north, adding more construction costs as well. So that northern Sand Creek location was the preferred route, but certainly archaeological reviews will and may likely or could change that location. Again, those reviews would need to be occurring first and foremost before we can come up with a actual site location and specific to where it would go. Next slide, Amanda. Some of the support that we've had is from the Brainerd Lakes Area Chamber of Commerce, the City of Brainerd, Minnesota Department of Natural Resources, the Division of Parks and Trails, the Paul Bunyan Cyclist Club, Red Rider Resort. Also, other support letters that we received this week include the Brainerd Lakes Area Development Corporation and the Cuyuna Range Economic Development Incorporated. So there's going to be, with our work, a fair amount of support trying to make a conceptual route a possibility over time. And the key part is looking at the northwards property and seeking the best alternative route through that property. Next slide. So in conclusion, our ask is the following. The Kaina Lakes Trail Association respectfully requests permission from the Lessard-Sams Outdoor Heritage Council to continue exploring the conceptual route to the Mississippi River northwards property. That property is key to the continued success and development of the Kaina Lake State Trail. And I think that trail will provide economic opportunities in a growing outdoor recreation area within the Brainerd Lakes and the Kaina Lakes regions. The next slide just has contact information related to our trail association, and we open it up for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Josh, you have your hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Could Mr. Pike please talk a little bit more about the Sand Creek Bridge and the partnership there with folks that are developing that currently and where those dollars are coming from?
Sure. Thank you, Representative Heinzman. Yeah, the Sand Creek Bridge, if we go back to that map, a few slides back, Amanda, look for that map. There was an effort from another recreational trails group, the ATV clubs within, I think it was the Cuyuna Recreation, Cuyuna Riders Club and a few other entities spent their dollars to look at the location of the Sand Creek Bridge. We knew that location had to be studied, what was most feasible economically. And so they invested their dollars, worked with the Crow Wing County and the engineering firm and came up with alternative locations. And it was settled upon the farthest north location being most desirable because of those construction costs going further south and then coming further north. And so there is a bridge design that was developed, almost maybe I would say a construction ready design on that bridge. But that location again is subject to any environmental reviews, archaeological reviews. But that bridge design was completed and funded through the group that the ATV groups that likely share corridors within that region. So the Sand Creek would have a shared public use. It would become the more safe snowmobile trail crossing. The snowmobile trail crossing is further south over the open water, where it freezes more consistently. It would be an ATV shared potential use bridge, as ATV trails may be expanded to the west and opportunities there, and also the non-motorized Kaina State Trail Association. So it'd be a multi-purpose recreational bridge. Did that
Just
answer the question?
The
Representative Heisman?
clarification is the Sand Creek property, or is Sand Creek on the Mississippi Northwoods property?
It is the east side of Sand Creek borders the Mississippi River Northwoods, where the
That's
proposed
not what the map
location,
that was just up said.
the west side of Sand Creek, on the location of the bridge is Crow Wing County managed public land, not part of the Sand Creek. That's not part of the Northwoods. We can get back to that map, Amanda?
Is this the one you want?
Yep.
Josh, are you still have your hand up, or?
I'll have follow-up, Mr. Chairman, just allowing you to determine when that's best.
I think while they look for the map, you could do your follow-up.
So, Mr. Chair, I wanted to highlight primarily the cooperative effort between the proposal and the folks here today testifying, and the ATV club, and the dollars that are potentially being invested there and already have been in the plan for the Sand Creek Bridge. I think that that's an important highlight that should be discussed, and I think a positive, quite honestly, to see groups working together, really refreshing, and to see an investment jointly between those groups. Just something that I think members of this committee should be able to have a little bit better idea of. That's why I wanted to mention it, and thank Mr. Pike for his explanation of the bridge and its funding and so on.
Great. Other questions? Gary, do you want to say something? Where's Gary? He's online. Sorry. I look around, I don't see him. Scott, you've got a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is the action being requested something we'll be needing to do today or intend to do today?
We have an option. We don't have to do anything.
I'm not reflexively opposed to this request. It sounds like we're not committing to anything other than further exploration. And then at some point in the future, we can make a final determination. What I would be most interested in, the question I would want answered is whether or not this paved trail would in any way affect the core mission of this council, which of course is habitat, the highest habitat values, supported by science and evidence of, what is best for habitat conservation and preservation, whether or not there's any negative consequence to the core value and mission, the purpose for which this property was supported by this council in the past. So that's I'm not opposed to moving forward with a further explanation. I wouldn't want to make a final decision until we have that information in hand from, it looks like, the promised studies and analyses on environmental consequence and benefit at some point in the future.
And Scott, just to be clear, I'm corrected. This was a discussion. It was not supposed to result in an action today.
Great, thanks. Well, then my comment still stands. That's what I'll be listening for very closely at some point in the future.
Okay. Do we have Gary, Amanda?
Mr. Chair, are you meaning Gary Dratz?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, in terms of Senator Dibble's question and comments, yeah, we're not really asking for the council's permission today. We will continue to pursue these conceptual route plans and ideas. There may be a time when in the future we would like to have the wishes of the council identified, whether it's 3 months, 5 months, 6 months. So give that some thought. We'd like to move forward with grant opportunities. And one thing that was the hurdle was not the hurdle, but one thing we brought to this council's attention is see what the Lessard-Sams Council suggests on our conceptual route. We want to get that kind of consent to continue the conceptual route idea and then come back to you if that approval is granted. Once a design and construction spec is identified, that'll give teeth to where it actually may sit on the Northwoods property. And then again, another supportive affirmation on the trail coming through the property.
Okay. Go ahead, Tom, and then we'll have Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I remember the discussion on this, and I'm just would like to visit briefly the reason that we have this paragraph in here.
I can't get in. I don't know, but I can tell you the whole issue of trails was a terribly difficult issue on this project. And there were some of us, at least on the council, who were surprised that there were any trails on this property, because our initial perception was that this was not going to be full of trails. And all of a sudden there were ATV trails on it that were going to be maintained, and there was supposed to be a process that was never really put in place with regard to trails. I don't remember the details of it at this moment, but I can tell you that a paved trail was certainly never something that was of interest, and there was a discussion about if there were ever a paved trail, it would be because the state bought the land for that trail from the state or from the county, bought it and paid full market value plus whatever the buffer was, because this was spent for habitat, not for paved trails. So that was the discussion. I don't know exactly how this little paragraph got in the deed, but it was related to that, as best as I can remember.
Mr. Chair.
Yep.
Mr. Chair, if that wasn't ever a part of the discussion, how did it wind up being a paragraph in the deed? I mean, to suggest that I don't know is a little bit hard for members to understand, because clearly it had to be discussed at some level for it to be a qualifier in the deed.
And what I can tell you is we can go back to the 10 years ago to figure it out, but I don't know. I can't, my memory of the details of that just aren't very.
Mr. Chair.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that what is being proposed today is clearly earned the support of many groups and folks in the area. And the property itself, we've discussed it, Mr. Chair, on numerous occasions, is a phenomenal asset to the Crow Wing County area. And access is important to the people of Crow Wing and the surrounding region. And I think it's incumbent upon us to continue to work towards the goals of this long range plan. And I'm glad that the testifiers and the proposers are here today to talk about that. If there is a motion necessary to move forward, I would be prepared to make that, but it sounds like we're suggesting that that's not necessary.
Yeah, not at this point. Ashley has a comment, and Gary, I promise I will get to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just curious, for those who just presented, if you looked at surrounding trails, you talked about edge effects, and that is something I do a lot of work with at the Rough Grouse Society. One of the challenges with highly trafficked trafficked areas when it comes to trails is the introduction of invasive species along those edges, though. Something where you've got hiking trails and whatnot, there's still a risk, but it's not as high as areas where you have bikes or other vehicles going through. So I'm just curious if you could say a little bit about, what invasive species are in the area that you're seeing spread on edges, because that would be a significant question in terms of the environmental impacts.
Actually, I was a forester for Cronin County for 31 years, so I'm familiar with some of those invasive species. Buckthorn is a plant that is occupying much of nature center areas. It's getting strongholds in certain areas within Cronin County. We've done invasive control work. The state and the county, I would imagine if they see outbreaks of particularly whether it's buckthorn or some other invasive species, and it could be not only just plants, but certainly animals, that they could, of the public land, work with control measures to control some of that. But right now, as a former manager of the property, much of the plants in terms of in a more natural forest setting, those invasive species are not common at all. You're seeing on private property where there was either grazing or some other site impacts. So much of the northwards property in the surrounding county public land is relatively free of those invasive species. So there would have to be quite a bit of introduction, so to speak, in those corridors for that to be established. So I think the risk is low, but still, could be a concern.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick follow-up. And so let's say that in 10 years, we've seen the introduction of those invasive species, which we know that opening up light through a trail and introducing a lot of people going through an area can certainly impact that and change that trajectory. So it'd be great to know what the proposed action is to monitor that. That wasn't really anywhere in here. So I need more information on that to feel confident about a perspective. Thank you.
All right, Jerry, now take yourself off mute, and we got your public comment, but I knew you were interested and the comment was about this, so we give you a little time, but not too much, please. We're running behind.
I'm having a little trouble with my audio.
Yeah, it's working now.
Okay, but I cannot, I have a little problem on my end as far as some of the volume. Thanks, Mr. Chair, for allowing a little bit of background and I should say a little bit of rebuttal to some of the stuff that was presented today. First off, I'm a citizen up here. I helped work on this project when I worked for the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources. I have a long history with the initial concept. The process, you should all be very proud on the council for what this piece of property ended up being. As David well knows, you were on the initial, been around long enough. It was highly controversial. It was acquired, and there were issues with some of the existing ATV trails that were proposed now. But what I provided, and I won't have the time to go through it because you're behind, but I hope you all take a look at the letter. There was a lot. Number one, I take a little offense at what they showed for supporters for the project. You have the fact sheet in your packet I gave you. I hope you take a look at that. Look at the back. There was a broad brush and a lot of fish and wildlife people were on that process. This was primarily a fish and wildlife preservation habitat thing. At that time, it was potlatch land, yes, with some existing access roads that were used for ATV trails. Through the process from the DNR side, there was always a thought that was forwarded about a pay to play. We talked to the parks and trail sides of the Clean Water Land and Legacy Amendment when this piece of property was bought to maybe partner with some money to help get it bought. That did not come to fruition. So we moved forward with the grant with the core functions of preserve, restore, and enhance fish and wildlife habitat. The comments you see in my information, and like say, to keep things brief, I will not go through in detail. I hope you really read them. I think there's a possibility for the Kaina Lake State Trail to get across there, to be able to do it. But things have gotten way out and ahead of a good public input process of what needs to go on. They have had no consultation with the Mississippi River people, Race Lake Association, the users on the Mississippi River, and the impacts that are going to happen, especially the crossing for the Sand Creek Bridge that they've got. In my attachments, you'll notice some of the stuff on the bridge options that were talked about, and wherever. The current bridge that they're proposing is their choice because it's the most scenic and whatever, but it probably in the long run is going to have the most archaeological and is the biggest impact to fish and wildlife habitat. It crosses, there's a huge hill to the south of the west end of their option, and then it goes right along the riverbank there. The actual noise and impact to the river is going to be fairly significant because it's going to have the ATV trail at that point. The bridge crossing on that one map of mine, that's B, their B option, is the old snowmobile trail crossing. That would be a better spot to do as far as fish and wildlife. That's the only choke point that at this point, I would say you guys need to be looking at when you give some kind of broad brush authority for them to proceed. What are the concerns that come from the Lessard-Sams Council with the intent of the Outdoor Heritage Fund language and the intent of the actual grant process that was put down? And it's not meant to be an obstruction. It's meant to just remind where $11 million was spent, the process is there, and the current deed restriction that's with the county property that talks about following the grant. There's also a concern what's going to happen on the west side of Sand Creek with some ATV trails. There's a map that I've got in there that shows you the initial proposal by the people back in the day. That whole side, that whole west side could explode now. So how much of that is mixed? So what's happened is an awful lot of this has been planned in the vacuum on their side without very public input yet. All the trails need to be planned at one time. It has to be better coordination. And then the corridor and the process for this trail should be able to move forward. That's what I hope you take a look at. Some of the stuff on the fish and wildlife habitat impacts, the trail on edge effect, there's also the issue of having trails that basically dissect large blocks of forest land too. So there's a positive and negative. But the people that I deal with, the groups that will get involved down the road can support this, but there's going to be some concern that goes and looks at the original intent of the grant and what is in some of the shoreline district stuff, the 500 foot to a quarter-mile buffer, and actually where the Sand Creek Bridge crossing is. I thank you, and I'll close my comments out.
Great. Thank you. We will come back to this. I encourage everyone to read the information Gary provided to give yourself some background. I'll have Mark look at why the language in the deed came to be, because as I said, I can't remember. And we will be discussing this again. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So now the big show. So thanks to everybody for getting your, all right, we'll have a 5-minute break. I think that's fair at this point. So be back here on that clock at 10:54. I didn't want to see him squirming.
Okay, you're.
Did take longer than you did.
Amanda, are we on? Okay. So I'm gonna call us back to order. Jamie, your hand is up, and I don't know if that's a holdover or if I missed you.
You didn't miss me. I'm not sure why, and I don't know how to take it off, so I'll try and figure that out.
Okay, just didn't want to ignore you. Oh, it was my. It was my. All right. So we're going to go on to discussion of our allocation process. I do thank you all for the work you've done, listening to proposals, ranking proposals, doing your allocations, coming to this point. You've all got the sort of cumulative scores. You can see how everybody made their allocation. It came to Ron and I to then figure out how we recommend something to you. And I can tell you both from Ron and I that the group's consensus thinking isn't necessarily what we would individually do, but we're really looking for what is the group's consensus, not our individual opinions. And so our recommendation has nothing to do with our personal feelings. It has everything to do with coming up with the best recommendation we could based on the allocation you all provided. And I thought I'd walk through that. Then we can get into a discussion of it. But I want you to be clear what we actually did in terms of our recommendation. So the scoring was actually quite interesting, and there were a lot of unanimity, if that's a word, in terms of the priority projects that hit 8 or more votes of council members. Our recommendation is to use the consensus for projects that received 8 or more allocations, with a couple of exceptions. Those being Nelson Slough, CPL, and Roving Crews. And I'll talk about each one of those individually. Nelson Slough came to us originally, and their proposal was non-scalable. And then after our sort of comments about that, they said, after the hearings, gee, it's non-scalable, but it really isn't, because we can scale it. Instead of 6 million, we'd be happy with 3.5, and we'd scale it, or 3.7. I have to say, last night, having seen the chair's proposals, they came back and said 3.7 isn't the number, 2.1 would be fine. And in my mind, it's a little late to continually decide how much money you need. And our recommendation was, because it wasn't scalable, to not allocate this year and encourage them to come back if they had a different strategy next year. Has nothing to do with the project. It has everything to do with the response that they gave in terms of scalability, which has been a moving target. But I do want you to know that they did come back last night and said 2.1, we found other money, after saying it wasn't scalable and there wasn't other money. So that's just what it is. The roving crews, we were the ones that encouraged DNR to not put roving crews into multitudes of projects in little bits and pieces, not to have those roving crew proposals then tied to specific real estate in terms of areas of the state, but to have a broad program for roving crews that work throughout the state. We encouraged them to do that. They have done that. We saw, those of us that were out on some of the field trips saw the effectiveness of that program. And so we recommended full funding for the roving crews as they asked for it. We did the same with CPL because that is a program that, number one, keeps us from being inundated with $100,000 and $50,000 and $200,000 requests. We essentially have set up a grant program for the DNR to do that for us so that we're not hearing all of those. And it's been highly effective, and we think we should fully fund it. So those are the three exceptions to the fund at the recommended, the cumulative amounts recommended, or the average allocation for everything receiving 8 or more votes. We did say then there were projects that got 4 and 5 votes, and we thought there was no reason to fund those. They didn't have a majority support of the council, so in our recommendation, they were dropped. There were 2 projects, or actually, I want to go to one other one, which was the core functions, which is the IDP, which has been a challenge in a number of ways. We saw proposals come in from proposers that included IDP, and then we saw DNR say, just give us a chunk of money and we'll handle IDP. And it seems to us that we should get the revised accomplishment plans back from everybody, and then at that point we can reallocate that IDP that's in all of those proposals to fund the O2 project, the core functions, instead of funding it twice and dealing with the mess of that. So we're not against it. We think it's a good long-term move, but the interim seems to us to be to go forward without funding that specific piece now, and later, after we see accomplishment plans, be able to pull that money out of those to fund that. So if we did all of that, we still were a little short. And there were 2 projects that received 7 votes, Camp Ripley and protection enhancement of public land and forest habitats through strategic acquisition of private land in holdings. To balance the books, to get us to the number that we have to allocate under the 6%, we suggested giving each of those a haircut of getting only 67% of the average allocation. And essentially that is the chair's recommendation. Now, having said that, one of the questions that came up in the discussions that we had in the hearings were about 2 projects which received the 8 votes, but we asked for some follow-up information collectively. We, being the council, asked for some follow-up information from the DNR as to how they saw those proposals. And we got information back that indicated there might be a disconnect between the proposer and the DNR. And we recommended discussion about those with a decision as to whether to go forward or not after those discussions. So those are WRE-01, wetland enhancement of big woods, and WRE-04, shallow lake enhancement in Grant County. So we've asked both the proposers and the DNR to be here should you want to ask those questions. they're all available for that discussion. The last part of our recommendation is really that if we come back with additional funds in December, assuming we agree to this proposal, that if those additional funds are available, that we would fund the two that we suggested taking a haircut to out of the first money that's excess, should it be available in December, because we really didn't want to disadvantage it. We just didn't know how to make this work perfectly without that. So that is the chair's proposal. Ron, do you have any comments or?
No, except David and I discussed this at length several times together, and basically I agreed with his sense of fairness here, and so I support it.
Great. So you all got this sheet, which I need my glasses to actually read. But you'll see there's a green column which shows the deviation from the average allocation. So you can clearly see what we've recommended in terms of additional money or reductions based on the proposal we just made. The reductions are in red so that you can easily see them. So with that, I would move the chair's proposal to be put in for discussion. And I open it up to discussion and comments. Oh, Mark, you. Okay, we're missing two members. Will you text them and hope to get them back online? Jamie.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And thank you for putting together this thoughtful proposal. I know it takes time to go through everything, and I definitely appreciate the work that was put into it. I do appreciate the approach, taking the averages and what you added in regards to the other projects as far as fully funding the CPL and others. The only one thing I wanted to bring up is, special considerations for each proposal that don't get concluded with this approach, which is inevitable. But I wanted to propose the following amendments to the motion just for discussion here. So there's four I wanted to bring up. So HRE 01 included one tracks in St. Louis County that appeared to be out of scope. And so I thought there should be 0 for that one project that was out of scope for that proposal. Again, that was HRE 01. For HRE 09, the Boreal Wetland Restoration Project, there was a lot of questions on that. It didn't seem like it fit within the project proposal. And so knowing that that project wasn't fully funded and that Boreal Wetland Restoration Project didn't seem to be a state priority, I want to propose $0 go towards that component of that project. And then there was a lot of conversation on the Keystone Woods project it appeared that the request in HA 11 and HA 12 had 100% requests in each of those projects. And I was a little confused on that. And so I just wanted to clarify that was 100% funded with 50% allocation from each of those two proposals. And then at the bottom of your proposal with the WRE 01 and WRE 04, funding that at your recommendation is what my support would be. And that does it for me.
So WRE 01 and 04. Oh, there's 4. Yeah. So just so that I'm clear on what you're proposing as a motion, is the tract in HRE 01 in St. Louis County is specifically not eligible for funding. Is that correct?
Correct.
And in HRE 09, $0 to the boreal forest. How do you specifically want that?
Correct.
Okay. But then HA 11 and 12, I'm not sure what you're asking exactly.
Yeah, and maybe it's just a clarification. I think both projects had, was it 6.5 million request for the Keystone Woods project? And so I was maybe unclear on if that, both of those proposals were asking for 100%. And so if we,
So I
or
think
if
I
the whole
understand.
project was yeah, my goal was that project get fully funded. So however that ended up happening over those two projects.
So I will give you what I believe is the answer, and if anyone disagrees, please let me know. But I believe that both HA 11 and 12 have funding for Keystone Woods, but it's not overlapping. It is two components of the same project. And everyone seems to be nodding.
Yeah, but Mr. Chair, the question I thought I heard Councilperson Swenson ask is, what's the number? To make it whole
To make it.
in this proposal is.
Bob, you want to come up and answer that question? So I will say the challenge with this is Keystone Woods is buried in two projects with other components. So if we fully fund that, we're not funding anything else. Or there might be an ability, I'm just guessing here, but Bob will tell us to stage it so that he doesn't need all the funding in the first year, but I don't know. Bob, can you tell us?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members. Bob McGilvery, Land Protection Director for the Trust for Public Land. The two proposals are not overlapping. They're each for a component of the project. So the total request that was included in each of those by the Trust for Public Land was $11,218,000. So the total for Keystone Woods that was requested between those two was $22,436,000.
Okay. So Jamie, let me just follow up. And if you didn't get all that money, can you do this? Can you look for other sources from us or otherwise over time without jeopardizing the project?
Of course, I would love to get all the money this year. If necessary, I do have the ability to do an additional phase on this. So for example, if I came back to this council next year and received the second half of the funding that we requested, I would still be able to do the project.
I know you didn't want to answer that, but I appreciate the answer. It is scalable and it is feasible. So Jamie, did that clarify for you?
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that. I understood that both proposals asked for more this year to cover that project. I didn't understand that it could be allocated over multiple years. So I can withdraw that component of the.
Okay, so your amendment would be HR E01 and 09 to not have specific components of those projects included in the chair's proposal, or to remove them from the chair's proposal.
Okay, you're jumping around.
I'm sorry.
Are we on Keystone or are we going to something?
I think we resolved the Keystone question, which was, can it be scalable, and is the money overlapping in HA 11 and 12, which it's not, and it can. Bob would like to get all the money at once, but if he had to come back to us or find other sources, he can phase the project and not jeopardize it. Correct, Bob?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman. I would say that I think we are all anticipating a very large request next year from the DNR for the Heritage Forest project.
That's a whole nother issue. What he's saying is he doesn't want to compete with the state asking for money for another project next year, which I don't think we can get into today. Guessing what's going to happen next year.
Okay.
So from Jamie's perspective, the questions were answered. And she's not interested in her motion to amend the chair's proposal, having anything relating to HA 11 and 12. Only to HRE 01 and 09. Is that clear to everyone? Jamie's got her thumbs up, so.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I guess to that specific Keystone issue. I didn't write it in my comments, but my expectation that most or all of my allocation will go to Keystone, which I was hoping to be part of the discussion today.
And it certainly can be.
And now I'm trying to understand what we want to do. Because if the number is 11 something, because I'm hearing where the opportunity to potentially phase this into 2 allocations, the number would be 11 something, 11.2. I think, or we've got to come up with the revenues up, we've got to bump the chair's proposal up to the 22.4 to make it completely whole and make that the project between those two. Does that make sense? Am I articulating that?
Yes, can we have that discussion after we have the discussion about Jamie's specific motion to amend the chair's proposal? Scott, do you have something related to Jamie's motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, 2 things. One is just to clarify, Jamie mentioned WRE 01 and 04, and what I think I heard was just simply not necessarily part of a motion, but just an affirmation of support for the chair's approach on those 2 projects. Is that correct?
That's how I heard it.
All right.
I think we're going to have that discussion, but Jamie's saying for those particular projects, she supports what the chair's proposal was.
Great, thanks.
And can you articulate what your proposal was again on those 2?
On those 2, there is no, on the HRE 01 and 09, or the other 2 that Jamie just said she liked the chair's proposal.
You pick and tell me which one you're talking about.
I think you want a clarification on WRE 01 and 04.
So Jamie has made a motion to amend the chair's proposal for HRE 03 and 09.
01.
Oh, I'm sorry, 01 and 09.
Okay.
Which is just to clarify what tracks are eligible and what in those 2 proposals. That's all we're talking about.
Okay.
And we'll get to the rest of it as we go forward.
Okay.
Is there any discussion about Jamie's motion to amend the chair's proposal?
Mr. Chair, that was the second part. Could I just hear a little bit more? I'm really glad Jamie pays as close attention and asks all the really, really good questions during the hearings and comes back with these really precise amendments. Can I just hear a little bit? Because I don't have nearly the expertise that Jamie does. A little bit more about the tracks in 01 and 09 that fall out of the scope of, is it the scope of our mission as a council or scope of the projects as presented to us?
Amy?
Sure. On 01, the proposal was for Metro and Southeast, and there was one tract included up in St. Louis County, and it wasn't that the project was bad. It was just that project itself was outside the scope of what the Charter Limited was presenting, and so that seemed to need to be funded from a different project itself. And then as far as the HRE 09, the Boreal Wetland Restoration Project was a new project proposed to the council this year that included restoring wetlands in the upper watershed of that project for streams and trout habitat. And so that I didn't support doing that component of the project because it was a bit out of scope of what we traditionally funded as a council for those for those projects. And in my opinion, didn't seem to be a priority for the state with all the other wetland projects in areas that have a lot less public land availability.
And so, Mr. Chair, follow-up.
Sure, please.
So are we just amending HRE 09, leaving the dollar amount the same, but just amending inside the proposal, or are we eliminating HRE?
No, what Jamie has asked for is that when they come back with the accomplishment plan, it doesn't include the boreal wetland part of their proposal. It includes the balance of their proposal. And I would just point out that their request was 5.6 million and the chair's proposal was 2.2. So I don't think it will prevent them from doing work on the project. It will just allocate to components that don't include the boreal wetland.
Thank
and
you.
they can come back next year and explain the boreal wetland if they want to apply again.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions about? Amanda, call the roll, please.
Mr. Chair, members, just to clarify, this is a roll call on Jamie's amendment to the chair's proposal.
That's correct.
Beginning with number 8 on our alphabetical list today, Holston.
Aye.
Holston votes aye. Lang. Senator Lang.
You're on mute, Senator Lang.
Yes, sorry.
Lang votes aye. Peters.
Yes.
Peters votes aye. Saxhawk. Saxhawk votes aye. Swenson.
Aye.
Swenson votes aye. Hartwell.
Aye.
Hartwell votes aye. Shara.
Aye.
Shara votes aye. Senator Dibble.
Aye.
Dibble votes aye. Representative Eklund. Representative Eklund.
You're on mute, Rob.
Aye.
Eklund
Aye.
votes. Eklund votes aye. Edmondson.
Aye.
Edmondson votes aye. Eggerling.
Aye.
Eggerling votes aye. Representative Heinzman.
Heinzman, aye.
Heinzman votes aye. Mr. Chair, 12 ayes.
Great,
No.
motion passes. All right. Anyone else want to discuss anything? Jamie?
Thank you, Chair. I just had a question or a clarification on 04. Can this be funded at 190,000? Or is it capped at the 1/10 of 1% that we heard during the proposals?
For restoration evaluations, Mark can answer this, but we're required to have 1/10 of 1% go to restoration evaluations. So we can go down as low as 144,000.
You're correct, Mr. Chair. It's at least 1/10 of 1%.
Understood. Thank you.
Other question? Scott?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to echo my regard and gratitude for the chairs. I think the chair's recommendation surprisingly tracks on my own pretty closely because I had a heck of a time. As I said to you, I've said to you and others, people probably know my scoring that I score really high because I'm super impressed with all the projects, and it's hard for me to discern what's really great and what's mediocre and what's bad. And so then when it comes time for allocations, it's really hard, and it just becomes a matter of figuring out which biomes I think are important to pay attention to, and but everything has to have a very substantial haircut, given that we have about 150 million with trying to fit 350 million into a $150 million bag. So you did a great job, and I was pleasantly surprised to see how closely it tracked on mine. I'll just note that the 4 that dropped off, I understand that happens, but it kind of reflects back to the conversation we continue to have. I think some of the metro kind of park oriented habitat projects, or city connected, although they're connected to parks, we continue to have that conversation about whether or not that does qualify as habitat enhancement and restoration and preservation, or if we're funding recreational space. I'll just reflect that the conversation last time seemed to turn on, whether we're here to protect space for kind of what do we call it, the mega charismatic fauna, or we're here to protect space for all kinds of wildlife, plant and animal wildlife, including the very small creatures that are really, really important to our environment and uphold the values that we have. So I have no changes. I support the chair's rec. My conversation is really with the council to think more expansively about, what is wildlife and what is habitat and where we need to protect those sorts of things going into the future. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Great, thank you. And I agree, it's an ongoing discussion. I will tell you, I'm a huge supporter of urban projects. I think there's great value in them. I didn't allocate personally money to a couple of the urban projects because they just didn't meet muster with what seemed more important to do, not because they were parks or not parks. They just didn't resonate with me the way some of the other projects did. So I'm guilty as charged, Scott, but I had a reason for doing so.
Yeah, Mr. Chair. To your point exactly, and to Senator Dibble, I agree. And it is the discussion that we had is conflicting, and I struggled, and I listened to Dudley Edmondson and I had a conversation here at the council and offline. And I mean, that swayed me a little on my allocation to support, even though I argued against some of the stuff. I was persuaded by the incentive, the necessity to support people to a point. And I wanted to point that out. To Senator Dibble's, he's made reference a couple of times that I've picked up on, and I don't see, you know what, I'll save that for a personal conversation with him. I need some help from him to understand something, and I'll have that conversation with him offline.
I would just a side comment, the fact that we have conversations and do listen to each other and do change our minds based on the collective perceptions and work shows that this council wants to work together and does listen and take each other seriously and learns from each other. We all come to this with very different perspectives, and yet it's much richer because we're working together on this. So I just thank everyone for having that discussion and being open to learning and hearing different ways of thinking about things. Dudley, you have a comment or a motion or something?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to thank Mark for taking my comments into consideration and just, continually thinking about, what our job is here, and is to protect habitat wherever it is. And, just how important we have to think about how that habitat could be anywhere. And I've been lately making the point that the vast majority of Minnesotans, live in our urban areas. The vast majority of Minnesotans do not hunt and do not fish. So, that is something we have to think about, how we give them some of their dollars back that are part of these allocations. And that's why I always take those urban spaces into consideration.
Great. Tom?
Just a quick message. I think this was one of the best years and best discussions over the whole period that I've been witness to. And that with Zoom and everything else, I really think we did a pretty good job. Especially to you two. We know you put a lot of work in this.
Thank you. I'm just curious if the council's interested in having a discussion on HR or WRE 01 and 04, which we got comments from the DNR based on comments that were made at the hearings, and there seems to be a little bit of lack of consensus between the proposer and the DNR and our own comments at the hearings, but we pointed it out, we're ready for that, but we don't have to do that. It's really up to you if you want to have that discussion. Mark wants to have that discussion. I'm seeing that. Why don't we do this? We've all heard from the proposer who is here, which is great, and we appreciate it. If the DNR could come up, I think online, or I can't remember where everybody is. Amanda, if you can get Nicole and Ricky Lean online, because they were going to be available, we'll give them an opportunity to talk to their memo to us, and then we have the proposers here, they can talk as well. We can ask questions and decide if we want to do anything differently or leave things as is.
Mr. Chair, members, we have Nicole online. Ricky had a family emergency and had to step away.
Okay, well, so Nicole, it's all up to you. Thank you for coming, and we appreciate that you gave us some background. I think the question was really how much coordination there was between the proposers and the DNR, and if the DNR had perceptions about the projects, good, bad, or need more information. We wanted to know more before we made any allocations. So we appreciate you being with us today.
No problem. Thank you.
And we don't mean to put you on the spot, but we're going to put you on the spot. So if you could review your memo and your perceptions of the projects to kick this off, that would be great.
Sure. I think I was asked, if there would be wildlife benefits to those projects, and the short answer is we don't have enough information to determine that. The limited information that we do have does make us concerned that it would be very hard to do drawdowns on most of these basins to get a really effective fish kill, and just without the depth information and without any bathymetric information on the basins, we couldn't really predict an emergent vegetation response or any sort of vegetation response right now. And I think when the DNR goes forward with these proposals, we have sort of a process, and it takes some time to determine what projects are feasible and not, and we usually split the feasibility into a different proposal versus trying to do it all through one, like this project proposal has. So, and it was also surprising to me to see a county highway department proposing to do wildlife habitat projects. I've known the county land manager there for 20 years, and I had not heard from him about these projects, so yeah, it was surprising. And I don't know if anybody has any specific questions. I could try to address those, but generally, the basins were not a priority for the DNR to manage because they do not have public land on them. So that's why some of the information is lacking. So it would have been the responsibility of the proposer, I think, to have some of that information available.
All right. And Ricky, I see you were able to join us. Do you have anything to add? You're on mute. You're still muted, Ricky.
There should be a button on the lower left of your screen.
There you go. No, we still can't hear you.
Says mute is off.
There, now you're in.
And I apologize, Chairman and council members, I apologize. And I only heard the tail end of what Nikki said. And far be it for me to think I could speak after her and add much. But I do value the fact that she took advantage of one of our shallow lake specialists, Todd Call, who's been in the area for a long time and is familiar with a lot of the lakes being discussed. I think her memo speaks for itself in just identifying issues that need to be taken into account when you're doing projects like this. It's why I say quite often shallow lake habitat projects are some of the more complicated things we get involved with, and it's why we have a shallow lakes program to dive into all the issues that are present while you undertake them. So I'll stop there.
All right. I'm happy to let project proposers respond. Just state your names for the record and.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Tracy Von Bargen. I'm the Grant County Highway Engineer stationed out of Elbow Lake, Minnesota.
Aaron Wynett with Field to Flyway Engineering, assisted with putting in these grant applications and kind of developing some of the projects.
And I'm Craig Hensel, the volunteer grant manager for the Scott Reserve Waterfallers.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Well, so, as described in the application, high water in a lot of basins has affected our roads in the county. A lot of our lower volume gravel roads are really important for agricultural production and just general commerce. And so, we operate on very limited budgets to try to maintain those facilities. And so with the detrimental effect of the high water, it becomes very challenging. And so, we have options to raise these roads to get them higher and spend money to do that. And that's okay to do that. But when we do that as a highway department, it's really challenging for us to advocate for wildlife benefits that could happen if we look more broadly at the problem. So as described in one of the areas that we worked on in Samantha and Elbow Lake, where we worked with the Watershed District on, that was really a combination of, so every year, every time there's a FEMA event in that particular area, waters over the road, it interrupts traffic. That same traffic ends up on a trunk highway and causes problems on the trunk highway system. And so we tried to implement a project to reduce the water level to the ordinary high, that was talked about in the DNR's memo as well. and also provide some flood storage. So there was two benefits there, which neither of which were wildlife related. They were really highway and flood storage. And so we missed an opportunity already right there. We did, because we could have had wildlife benefits. If you talk to John Capon, who also testified, he grew up in the area, lived there 60 years or so, and has seen tremendous wildlife benefits in the habitat in that particular lake. That doesn't happen now. And so that's just an example of one of those situations. So looking from a historical standpoint, although sure, we don't have evidence, a concrete report that says that these are going to be awesome projects, 100% guaranteed. When you think broadly at it, that if in the past there was really good wildlife habitat there before, I'm confident, very confident, that there could be in the future as well. And we can design a system that perpetuates that, not just in the short term, immediate benefit by doing a short-term project, but in the long term. And I think that benefits, society to have, whether we work collectively together, it benefits the taxpayers. And I think that, I, as a public servant for a lot of years, that makes me proud to be able to work collectively together on these opportunities. And I'm not a wildlife biologist or a wildlife specialist. I would rely on people like Aaron or others that we would contract with. But Todd was in our office talking about this same project from the DNR. I can't remember exactly when, I don't have the date, but with
About a year. Last one we had was about a year.
and so we talked about it and we left the meeting basically with needing to do a whole bunch of study, of which we really don't have the budget or the time to really complete on our own. And so that's where, understanding that this can be successful projects because of history, and understanding that we need to do a whole bunch of, do some effort to get to the point where the DNR understands, or the public understands, or this council understands that this is going to be a good project. We just don't have the financial resources to really put out there to do all of that work. And that's part of the reason to apply for this funds, to be able to not only get the funds to do the study part, the detailed study, but then to implement that study. The effects of
If the
that.
study shows that they are viable,
Right.
good habitat projects.
Right. And one of the other projects, and this is not a DNR public water, is on a Fish and Wildlife Service area where we had worked and met with the Fish and Wildlife Service several times in that. But again, we never really got to the point of, a detailed analysis to know that lowering that lake X number of feet will create the right wildlife benefit that they're searching for. That particular, the Strelo Slough is actually, the outlet to that is a public drainage ditch that has been blocked for the last 50+ years. And so we've been working with Bowser and the local Greg Lillimone from our land management office, who runs the WACA program in the county, to figure out what would be an acceptable lowering level to not impact wetlands and yet provide a good situation from a wildlife habitat standpoint. So again, it goes back to finding the resources to complete these projects and work to the point at which, there's multiple benefits. There's road benefits, that those happen only because the water gets lower. So we can, even on an incremental basis, maintain our roads better. But more broadly, that we can maybe recreate some of the awesome history that was there in the past of some great wildlife benefit and duck habitat and some nice and clean water. If you go out there now, it's just all muddy water and really poor habitat in all these basins. So I guess that's my.
So I'll just, I haven't been there, I don't know, but your description is that roads are driving this. And a resolution of the issue would help habitat. I'm hearing two things. One, it feels premature because you haven't engaged the partners to the extent we normally would see that. But the second is, I don't see any money coming from the roadside. The if this project is being driven to try to make the roads more passable, there ought to be a big chunk in there from my perspectives that would go to the project coming from the roads budget instead of all of it coming from a habitat budget. And I'm troubled by that. I'm not against the project, but I'm troubled that we're being asked to foot the bill to fix roads.
Can I respond to that?
Sure.
Okay. Thank you. So for instance, the projects in the southern part of the county, we call it, whether it's Silver Lake, Shower Lake, Patchen Lake, they all kind of connect. There's a bunch of waterfowl production areas and wildlife management areas and some rim property in that area. And we did an analysis on what the cost difference between raising our County Road 17 to get it to an acceptable level and widen it acceptably, and the difference between that and lowering the water and still improving the road was $70,000 on that particular project after a fairly in-depth analysis. Now, that end product, we could spend that extra 70,000 on highway. And after we've done that, we haven't done anything for wildlife, right? We've done nothing. We've just built our road up, widened it, and that's it. And so I guess as part of this, so that gives you a perspective on that particular one. Now, we didn't benefit any of the other roads or any of the other, well, anyway, I guess from a wildlife standpoint. You know, I've never done a project like this. Obviously, this is a little new for me. So the processes, I've sat in the rooms with a lot of the people that, like from the DNR and Fish and Wildlife, I've sat in rooms with them, and I describe it as why it's a little odd, watching The Amazing Race, and they hit a roadblock. And I hit a roadblock when I sat in the meeting and they said, you have to do a study that costs us $60,000 or $100,000. And we don't have the time or the money to do all of that stuff right now, not internally. So how do we get through that? How do we, you know, and just this seemed a way to maybe try to get through that issue. Anyway, that's
Okay.
all.
All right. Other comments or questions?
Well, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Mark.
Mr. Chair, and let me preface it this way. The initial read through, was excited to see Grant County come in. Read into the documents and understood that to a degree what you're trying to accomplish. Took a little bit of leap of faith with you that this was going to be a wildlife benefit project. But that's not, we need to see it. That I need to see it. And that's where I think a lot of these questions are coming. I'm not all for mutual benefits and recognize that we can try to accommodate and get there. You have special problems in Grant. Totally get that. And I'm not against trying to achieve multiple goals and objectives. But our primary goal of wildlife habitat has to be reached, and that's in question.
Yeah, I don't think we ever in our application or in concept disagreed with that. In that we really believe that the primary focus and even the primary cost actually is related to wildlife benefits. And really the minor cost is just whatever benefits that the highway might see because the water's lower. That's it. All the other improvements to the highways, culverts, for instance, on the one where I just talked about Elbow Lake and Samantha Lake, we have multiple culverts along there that right now we don't even know what they're failing poorly. We have high water. We don't know what to set them at, because if the project were to be successful and we were to do it, we could set them at different levels. It doesn't make a lot of sense to walk out there today and put them at where they were if in 2 years from now we're doing this project and it says, well, they should be 3 feet lower. And so that's some of the point of.
And Mr. I'm not,
That's
all I'm
all.
just saying is that we need the assurances on the habitat benefit side.
Yep.
And I just don't see it.
Right?
And then the DNR's got questions. What I guess I'm trying to tell you is from my perspective, you just need another run at this
Yeah.
and come back to us with a little bit more on the habitat side that we can see it to make sure that it works. Because it's not just take a foot of water off and hope it works.
No,
And so that's my perspective is that I would like to see you go back and try to work through this. Bring the agency in and find that habitat benefit to get to the mutual things you're trying to get to.
I don't disagree with any of what you're saying, by the way. I just, I go back and I can't do that internally because I don't have the technical knowledge to be able to do that. And that involves, and like I said, we have met a couple times on these. We just get to this point at which we have to spend a whole bunch of money and we just, it's hard for the county board to defend spending that when we're not really sure that, they're more focused on, honestly, on the road part of it. And you understand that probably.
Yeah, I totally get that. But
Yeah.
You also do have an environmental unit within your county that could help you navigate into the DNR world.
And
the Fish and Wildlife. So it's just, I'm trying to encourage you to not give up and try to figure out how to make this work for you in the future. I can't get there today.
One thing I would like to add, with the Strelo Slough, like, was mentioned, it's on the outlet for it is on a county ditch. That basin was completely drained. We believe that we can do a full drawdown on that, based on past, the historical draining of that wetland, and get those habitat benefits to do a full drawdown and get the vegetation response. But we, like was stated, to go out there right now and do the survey and do that analysis, it's tough for the county to justify.
And Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, your name,
Aaron,
Aaron, to that specific, what would that cost be? How much was that, what you just described?
that basin in itself to do a project on that one.
Yeah, what was that?
I think my cost roughly was 350.
So the point being is that would be eligible for a CPL grant.
Correct, but with CPL, you have to, the county would still be on the hook for all the engineering and permitting prior to, which they can't.
So we get to the conundrum.
Yes.
Of
So the duck in the.
Needing support to make this stuff work.
Yes.
All right.
Can I speak just say one more thing? I don't mean drag it. I've never talked to a single person in the county that I've asked an opinion on that says these are bad projects, that somehow we aren't going to make things better by doing these projects, even from a habitat, whether it was my general discussions with Fish and Wildlife or the Soil and Water or any of those people. And we, myself even concur that, and most have said this, you should have done this before you've done it when applying for these grants. And I concur, yes, we should have done all of that. We just sort of, not having gone through this before, certainly not been, my cup of tea, obviously normal thing. So it's a little different, but I still believe they're good projects and maybe we put the cart before the horse, but either way, I think we would end up with I know we would end up with good projects in the end.
I don't know what we're going to do, but I'll just say before we get to any decisions, we're happy you're here asking about this and looking at this and interested in this. And if we take an action, it's not because we don't like the action that you're trying to do. It's because it doesn't feel quite right yet. Sure. And I'm speaking for the council there, if anyone disagrees with that.
No.
So with that said, do we want to do anything? Leave it in the chair's proposal? Does anyone want to make a motion to do anything different?
If I could just one other thing, a lot of this discussion seems to be more focused on the Grant County WRE4. For WRE1, we've been for the projects that are on the wildlife management areas. We went to the area wildlife manager and the club and myself and asked if there was any potential projects that we could potentially work on, and she had a list of projects for us that she wanted us to work on. So that's how we came up with the projects for the wetland enhancement in the Big Woods.
Okay, Jamie, I see your hand up.
Yep, thank you, Chair. Just a recommendation for consideration. Maybe we could put a contingency on the accomplishment plans that they, each of the proposals address the DNR's raised concerns.
Okay. Kristen?
I'd make a motion that we take them both out.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have discussion? Scott, your hand is up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So to the prior, I guess I'm speaking to the motion, but recalling what Jamie just suggested. Is it possible to remove these projects at a later date if the accomplishment plans that are brought forward don't satisfy some of these concerns that the DNR has raised?
Anything is possible, but I think the likelihood that we would have the information necessary by the time the accomplishment plans get to us, certainly in November as a draft, which would give us the opportunity to make a different decision, is unlikely. I'm not a big fan of lots of bureaucracy, but I don't see the DNR moving that fast. So I don't think, Scott, that the thinking is good, but I don't see that we would have an opportunity. I don't think we would want to go to the legislature and say, approve these projects, but we might not approve the accomplishment plan because we don't have enough information, and then make that decision in May or June or July. That would be a challenge.
My thought, Mr. Chair, was that if what we, before we make the final recommendation to the legislature, that we would have some sense of whether or not the environmental and biological benefits would be there, and or we see some match coming forward from some transportation dollars, and we could change our minds about the inclusion of these projects at that point before we send a final bill recommendation to the legislature.
All right, I'm going to ask the DNR, and Josh, I know you've got your hand up, but I'm going to ask the DNR to respond to that, and then I'll get to Josh.
Chairman Hartwell and council members, we certainly had the ability to look at this proposal before and give you the information that you got in Nicole's message that you all have in front of you. You're asking us whether we could evaluate their response. It all comes down to what's in their answer. Does it give us the information we need to address the questions that have already been raised? I'll give you an example. Trisco Lake is one of the proposed water bodies that could be worked on, and there's an aquaculture permit on it. I'm not sure how they could give us information on how they will address that question. That's in their court as to how they would address that question to a point where we could answer it. And I'm being very careful here. It's not our role to say this is a good project or bad project. We're just trying to address questions that have been raised, knowing that it's your job to approve or disapprove of proposals.
Mr. Chair.
Yep.
Sir, to that point, if this was a CPL grant, would you not be the sign off on whether it would go forward or not?
Chairman Hartwell and council members, CPL grants are dealt with differently. There's actually a sign off place on CPL proposals where a DNR person signs off on it. They then convene a group of us who then review proposals. And one of the first things I look for is who from the DNR has signed off on this, giving me some level of assurance that it's a good project and the appropriate people have been looking at it.
But Mr. Chair, to my point, you basically do make that determination if it's a CPL grant.
Chairman Hartwell and council members, I don't look at my role as saying, yes, this should be approved or no, it shouldn't. I'm pointing out, does this provide enhancement or protection as required for OHF funded projects? See, I'm being very careful here.
I know you're too careful, Josh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think the motion to just simply strip these is a bit hasty. I think that quite often this group, and whether all the members hear it or not, I certainly do, that the Lessard-Sams can at times be a bit challenging to navigate our process. And on one hand, that leaves us with, I think, a good outcome, but on the other, there are opportunities we miss. This may be one of those. I say give them time to at least work towards developing some kind of a response to the questions that have been raised. And we do have the timeline that would allow for that. So 6, why not?
Okay, Jamie.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to support what Josh said as well. I think putting both of these projects in the same bucket is a mistake. I'd support going forward on maybe either of them separately, but treating them both the same when they're very, very different projects, especially when it comes to the leverage and support from a local NGO. It makes a difference, and so I'd support going forward with them separately, but not together.
So Kristen, are you willing to make 2 motions instead of 1? Amend your motion to make it to split the decision?
Sure.
Ron, you have.
Well, I share that thought. And we were maybe too hasty to kill both projects because that's saying we don't think they're worth anything. And that's not what we're saying. WRE01 looks like to me, they did coordinate with the area wildlife manager, except for Country Hollow wetland site, which he was not aware of. Don't know why that happened, but the rest of the concerns with WRE01 don't bother me at all. So now WRE04 appears to have a lot of issues, one of which just mentioned the Trisco Lake that is a licensed private aquaculture operation there. I don't know. That's another issue. Then DNR has all kinds of concerns about permits. We've heard that before. That can go on forever. So what I'm wondering is if we pass or can keep WRE01 as is, and then ask WRE04 if some amount that we could approve would get them started through getting this project done. So that's my question.
So our floor is 500,000. And below that is CPL, and I think that the overall combined allocation is 944, you're not gonna get, you know, some of 500,000 is definitely gonna be for work, not for design and bringing it forward. I think that would be somewhat challenging. But I hear what you're saying, and we will deal with them separately because Kristen amended her motion to do that. Other discussion? So why don't we first discuss WRE 01 going in numerical order, which is the wetland enhancement in Big Woods. Kristen has asked that the project be removed. We'll do a roll call vote. A vote in favor would be a vote in favor of removing the project, just to be clear.
Mr. Chair, members, this is the vote on WREO 1, beginning with number 9 on our alphabetical list, Senator Lang.
It's
Peter.
WREO 1.
WREO 1.
Yep.
Correct.
Yep. Mark had it wrong.
Senator Lang. Peters.
No.
Peters votes no. Saxhog.
Yes.
Saxhog votes aye. Swenson.
No.
Swenson votes no. Hartwell.
No.
Hartwell votes no. Shara.
No.
Shara votes no. Senator Dibble.
No.
Dibble votes no. Eklund.
Yes.
Eklund votes aye. Edmondson.
No.
Edmondson votes no. Eggerling.
Yes.
Eggerling votes aye. Representative Heintzman.
No.
Heintzman votes no. Holston. Holston votes no. Senator Lang. Mr. Chair, 3 ayes, 8 noes, and 1 absent.
So this project will be pulled from the chair's recommendation.
No.
No,
Stays.
it stays. I'm sorry.
Let's take a vote on that.
Let's not take a vote on that. Thank you for keeping me honest. All right. Let's next move to the motion on WRE 04, since WRE is staying in. WRE 04 is shallow lake enhancements in Grant County. A vote yes would be to remove it. A vote no would be to leave it in the chair's proposal.
Mr. Chair, members, this is WREO 4, beginning with number 10, Peters.
Yes is to remove, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Peters votes aye. Saxhog.
Yes.
Saxhog votes aye. Swenson.
Yes.
Swenson votes aye. Hartwell.
Yes.
Hartwell votes aye. Shara.
Yes.
Shara votes aye. Senator Dibble.
Yes.
Dibble votes aye. Representative Eklund.
Yes.
Eklund votes aye. Edmondson.
Yes.
Edmondson votes aye. Eggerling.
Yes.
Eggerling votes aye. Representative Heintzman.
No.
Heintzman votes no. Holston. Holston votes aye. Senator Lang. Senator Lang. Mr. Chair, 10 ayes, 1 no, 1 absent.
All right, so this project will be removed, which gives us 944,000 unallocated. And I just want to say, please come back, do your homework. This is not we don't like the project. It just didn't feel quite fully baked.
Thank you
So-
thank you.
Yeah, I mean, it,
Mr. Chair. Could,
yeah,
could I
yeah,
just,
Scott.
could I just echo that encouragement? You know, I'm always really, really happy to see roadway authorities who are thinking about the environmental consequence and benefits and implications for their projects, particularly at the county level. You know, we have this big discussion going on about whether or not counties need permits to work in the space where there are endangered species, and counties are arguing not, and I think the legislative and executive branch think yes. And so to see counties stepping forward like this, I think is a positive. I just think we need to understand better this particular project and its benefits, and also need to see some mix of funding sources so that it's a shared responsibility. So I would be highly supportive of this project when we have more information in hand about all the elements. Thanks.
All right. Thank you all.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Josh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the senator's comments and wanted to add to that, speaking to the testifiers and to this project. I would like to point out that the Lessard-Sams is making a recommendation to the legislature. It is still the legislature's prerogative as to whether or not to move the recommendations as submitted or potentially alter them. Doesn't happen very often, but I would encourage you to continue to work on your project and continue to communicate with those folks representing you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So your chair's recommendation was if any of these projects did not get funded, that the money get put back into the two that we gave a haircut to, which was FA02 and FA03. It's just our recommendation. It would need a formal motion. I just did a quick calculation, and the split between the two was FA02 was 66% of the 944, and FA03 was 34%. So if you wanted to follow our recommendation, you would make a motion to add 66% of the 944 to FA02 and 34% to FA03. Tom.
Mr. Chair, I would move the chair's recommendations with the stipulations that you just mentioned. The way you're going to divide.
It's actually would be an amendment to our proposal because we have the extra money.
Yeah.
So you're moving the amendment to allocate 66 and 34% of the 944
Yes.
to those two projects.
Yes.
Okay. And Ashley, I'm going to ask you not to vote on this because you obviously have expressed a conflict and we don't want any question about that. Any questions or discussion?
Mr. Chair,
Yep.
to Councilman Saxog's motion. Maybe I can do it after, because I'd like to follow up on the rough grouse one. On the rough grouse piece. We can do that after.
Yep. Okay. Amanda, will you call the roll?
Mr. Chair, members, beginning with number 11, Saxhog.
Yes.
Saxhog votes aye. Swenson.
Yes.
Swenson votes aye. Hartwell.
Yes.
Hartwell votes aye. Shara.
Yes.
Shara votes aye. Senator Dibble.
Yes.
Dibble votes aye. Representative Eklund.
Yes.
Eklund votes aye. Edmondson.
Yes.
Edmondson votes aye. Eggerling.
Yes.
Eggerling votes aye. Representative Heinzman.
Yes.
Heinzman votes aye. Holston. Holston votes aye. Senator Lang. Senator Lang. Peters conflict of interest. 10 ayes, 1 absent, 1 conflict of interest.
All right. Motion passes. Now, Mark, you want to?
Chair. Thank you, Mr. To the rough grouse society, the ones we're on it. It's really, in my mind, a 2-component thing. It was, the acquiring of the properties, those scattered parcels, that's what I think your focus was, and I don't disagree with that. I have a concern from stepping into the school trust fund exchange piece of that component, I don't think we should be going into that at this point. And I would recommend that, give them the money to do the acquisition. I think the DNR and the legislature has to have a deeper conversation on the management of those trust fund lands. It's Gary Gratz who testified on this. He's right. It's a pretty important issue, but it's not one that's going to change the work we do. The habitat value will be accomplished. The management will be accomplished through the acquisition. The bigger conversation of trust fund, I think, needs to be put aside.
I would be, Mr. Chair.
Please.
I'd be the first one.
So
So
are you?
I would move to make sure that those dollars get focused on, limited to the acquisition specific,
Not this date with trust fund.
not the trust fund.
Trust fund.
component.
Right. Okay.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Strauss phrased it as fragmentation.
Right.
That's the part we're after.
So we have a motion. Is there any discussion on the motion to not have school trust fund lands action part of the Rough Grouse Society proposal? Or the accomplishment plan, or to be stripped out of the proposal? Is that correct? Ron, did you have something?
Yes, I've not been happy with this proposal because the Rough Grouse Society should be dealing with what it knows, and that is habitat development, but they were getting into forestry issues, which I don't think they do know. And I would like to see this money be all spent on their habitat projects instead of consolidating land, and also instead of consolidating private land, going to the private landowner and working with that person to see if they can get habitat improvements. That would be my perfect world.
Yeah.
I don't really want to, I don't think we want to spend all day talking about this, but it is about habitat and it's about access to land. It isn't about, what did you refer to it? This is about access. That's, you know, the fragmentation means that you can access land so that they can do that. It's a small enough grant. I just want to, as we discussed, I just want to see what you're gonna do. And then we'll decide if we think.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there other discussion? Amanda?
Sure.
Mr. Chair, members, beginning with number 12, Swenson.
You're on mute, Jamie.
Swenson.
Yes. Yes.
Gotcha.
Swenson votes aye. Hartwell.
Yes.
Hartwell votes aye. Shara.
Yes.
Shara votes aye. Senator Dibble.
No.
Dibble votes no. Representative Eklund.
Yes.
Eklund votes aye. Edmondson.
Aye.
Edmondson votes aye. Eggerling.
Yes.
Eggerling votes aye. Representative Heinzman.
Aye.
Heinzman votes aye. Holston.
Aye.
Holston votes aye. Senator Lang.
Aye.
Lang votes aye. Peters abstains. Saxhog.
Aye.
Saxhog votes aye. Mr. Chair, 10 ayes, 1 no, 1 abstain.
All right. Other discussion anyone would like to have?
Mr. Chair, could we go to Keystone?
We can go to Keystone if you'd like to.
I just want to understand. I want to make sure that I understand what the council is thinking. We understand what it's. So I guess when we say Keystone, we've got this thing divided between 2 groups, which I just think is awkward. That might be awkward. And I don't know if we're getting benefit from all of them.
I don't understand why separating it between two makes it a better project, and I'm not sure it doesn't. Well, I'm not clear on the administrative cost, if that's higher because it's between two. I'm just not so sure we should just, for clarity reasons, pull out what we want and have it go directly to Keystone. And then have a discussion about the amount we've allocated.
So I'll just speak to the challenge. And to be clear, I actually got a call from the proposers sort of saying, what do we, this is a project we want to propose, what should we do? And they didn't follow my recommendation at all, which is fine. They just asked for an opinion. What we saw was Trust for Public Land has an agreement with the landowner to purchase this property. And Washington County I imagine there's several agreements in place, but Trust for Public Lands piece is the $22 million chunk. They and their partners have chosen to layer that into the proposals that they've made, which are ongoing projects that we funded over time because they've been part of those projects over time. Metro Big Rivers encompasses many different projects, of which Trust for Public Land has been a component of that since I think day one. And so I think they're going to be very interesting discussions, assuming we make no changes between all of the project collaborators for the allocation that comes in terms of how much goes to the Keystone portion versus how much goes to the other portions of those projects, which we all collectively, maybe not individually, but collectively acknowledge Keystone being a part of. So if we just do Keystone, all of those other folks don't get any dough. Which may be the decision we want to make, may not be. I was encouraged that there is an ability to phase the project so that we don't have to fund it all in 1 year. Understanding Trust for Public Land would love to have it all done in 1 year. But we don't lose the opportunity if it happens over a couple of years. If we take all of the money, we're basically not funding any other projects that were proposed in those two programs that Keystone is embedded in. So it's a real challenge. Do you want to not fund any of the rest, or do you want to look for phasing of the project is really what it comes down to. And then there's is there extra administration in having it come out of two components, or should we throw some portion into one project and reduce it on the other to eliminate the administrative costs? I don't think there's a lot of administrative costs probably. But that's the question that I think you're asking.
And Mr. Chair, I guess, as both were presented, the Metro Big Rivers and St. Croix River habitat, both of them made Keystone. That was their hallmark. And we didn't spend a lot of time talking about the other little pieces that went along with it. At least, I guess from my perspective, as I was doing my allocation, my focus was on Keystone. And I guess if I had known we were thinking about phasing this, my allocation would have looked differently.
Okay. I think we all took it differently, but you know, because I didn't know what to do, because I certainly didn't want to not fund the other groups, but I didn't want to not fund Keystone, and we didn't have enough money to give everybody everything they wanted.
Agreed. I don't disagree with, I'm just saying my allocation would maybe not have been as large to both, knowing that but still recognizing they do valuable work. I'm not diminishing the other components of Metro, Big Rivers and the other components of St. Croix River. I'm just saying my allocation would have likely had been a different ratio. Because I'm still not clear. What do they need? What's the number distributed across the two they need this year for Keystone?
Bob, I can't answer that question.
Mr. Chairman, council members, Bob McGilvery with the Trust for Public Land. So the total request for Keystone was 22,436,000, and that is in 11,218,000 in each of those proposals. However, if you turn to if you have the printout of the chair's allocation, you can see the total amount that was requested for each of those partnerships, which was 20 million for Metro Big Rivers and 16 million for St. Croix. So out of that 20, 11 was requested for Keystone. And similarly, out of the 16 for St. Croix, 11 million was requested for Keystone. So to get it done, 22 is what we requested.
Please.
Mr. Chair, but Bob, now you're talking about feasibility. So in a phased component, what does that look like?
So in a phase component, what would, if we did, half the first year and half the second year, that would be 11,218,000 this year and 11,218,000 next year, assuming that there isn't some large increase in appraised property values.
So now you're getting to what I suggested,
Which
which they didn't do, which is to come to us as happened with the Blandon project, is that we allocate over 2 years. And that we allocate 11,218,000 in this year, and we allocate the same for next year, which we can do because we're in a new fiscal year, which is 2 years. We can actually fully fund the project over 2 years by taking that action today. That was what I told them to do.
Well,
to ask for, even though we have no way to do that in our proposal.
right. And Mr.
But
Chair,
we can take that action.
I'm of the opinion, just get it done. That's where I'm at, but that would eliminate the rest of, we would need to come up with money to put into those two programs, into HA 11 and HA 12, or break it out separately to get them to the 22.4, because we don't have that. And in doing so, then Metro Big Rivers and St. Croix River have nothing. And that's, I don't know if everyone gets it. Because I didn't get it until it all get flushed out here.
Ron?
Well, before we go too far, do we have the luxury of redesigning a proposal, one that we like? We do?
Well, we did it before. I mean, because we're essentially getting into a new fiscal year or a new biennium, we could allocate over a 2-year period. We have chosen to do annual because 2 years out, making one allocation over 2 years means we're not responding to current issues. This is sort of an unusual circumstance If the council wanted to, it's within its rights to say, we want to fully fund, but we want to do it over 2 years. So we would essentially amend the chair's proposal to add an allocation for the FY24 year for 11,218,000 to go specifically to Keystone. And we could do that. If we were doing this next year, we couldn't.
Right.
Because we're in 2 bienniums, but we can do it for this year.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
I certainly did hear what you were suggesting, and perhaps I misunderstood, but I thought by, proposing funding for the whole thing, that what we were proposing was consistent with what you're suggesting now and suggested previously.
I obviously screwed up. So just take it at that. I did not communicate well what I was thinking, which is fine. I'm willing to own that, Bob. But I seriously, if we really want to do this project and see it happen, I'm completely in favor of staying with the chair's proposal and adding to it in FY24 an allocation of the 11,218 to ensure this project gets done.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just weigh in here that I made my allocations knowing full well that this was part of that. The proposer chose to split that between 2 projects. So my perspective is to leave it as is, and with the recommendation that the proposer maximize what they can this year and revisit it next year. I feel like some of these conversations should have been had during the proposal when they were giving their presentation. So I'm just weighing in on my perspective.
Thank you for weighing in. Others want to weigh in. Does anyone want to? Oh, Josh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not to muddy the waters further, but at the very beginning of this meeting, we talked about new membership potentially coming on to this board. Has this board or has anyone ever been a part of a discussion here relative to allocating dollars that potentially should be influenced by incoming members?
Josh, the only other time we have done an allocation over 2 years was the Potlatch lands, the Blandon lands, I'm sorry. And we did have exactly the same circumstance where the council recommended something, and our recommendation was before an election, which then other people participated on the council. So we did do that. It doesn't mean we should. It just means we did.
So just to be clear, Mr. Chair.
Yep.
That means then that we could go ahead and make a recommendation at this time that would have exercise our opinion as to what the future council should do on the project going forward, but it may be reversed. Is that right?
I think, Josh, if we make the recommendation and the legislature enacts that, it would be tough for the council to go back and take it away. The legislature would have to take it away in future years. It's not something which is very difficult to do once the money's been promised.
Mr. Chair.
Yep.
I appreciate the clarification. So members should be aware of that as they weigh this, that this is of course certainly unprecedented. And in addition to that, you're taking away the opportunity for future members to have the full impact of whatever budget might be allocated, which there's all kinds of conversation we can have about that.
Okay, you're absolutely correct. So the question is, does anyone want to, Scott, do you want to propose something, or do you want?
Well, I was just going to propose that we accept the projects as submitted, similar to the point that Jamie just made. It sounds like this idea is suffering from a lot of love and support. And it sounds like there's a commitment on the part of the project proposers to see Big Woods through. So, or not Big Woods, but I'm getting confused with other projects to see this through, and a lot of support and motivation on the part, at least of the current members. So I think we're in good shape.
So, and Sandy just let me know that we did this with Rum River once before, which I didn't remember doing. So we allocated over 2 years. And I had completely forgotten that. And Sandy, of course, knows all. And has a much better memory, apparently. So, but Scott's saying leave things as it is and let them come back. We either need a motion or we need to move on. Is there any other discussion? So we have a motion, we have a bunch of amendments to that motion which have passed. And I don't think there are any other amendments that are proposed, so I'm going to ask Amanda to call the roll for a vote on the amended motion. This is for our recommendations with the amendments that we have passed as a group.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Josh.
Mr. Chair, there's been quite a lot of discussion. Maybe it'd be nice if someone could read back the amended motion before we vote.
Sure. Amanda, can you read back the amended motion?
Mr. Chair, members, one moment.
So Josh, you have the chair's proposal. Do you want the amendments to the proposal or the entire proposal?
Thank you for the clarification, Mr. Chair. I want to make sure that the amendment is primarily where I'm focused, right? Where we're making an adjustment from the chair's proposal. Does that make sense, or am I misunderstanding?
Amanda, if you will just summarize the approved amendments that this council's already voted on to the chair's proposal, that would be great. And you can summarize, you don't have to read line by line.
Mr. Chair, members, if someone can correct me if I'm wrong, the first amendment put forth by Jamie was not the WRE. That came from Kristen. Thank you. It's Jamie's amendment that I am not 100% certain I'm going to summarize correctly. So, Mr. Chair, members, if I get this incorrect, please correct me, or Jamie, please correct me. Jamie had made the amendment to take out
So Mark said he can summarize it.
great, because that one is the one I don't have great notes on. Thank you.
Mark, please summarize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Amanda, thanks. You've got so many, your hands and so many things over there. So, and to use the clause that Amanda said, if anybody needs to correct me on this, please feel free. But Jamie's motion was to, from HREO 1 to remove the St. Louis County tract, and also from HREO 9 to remove the boreal wetland restoration tracts. In other words, that those proposals not do those two tracts or activities because they're out of scope.
Okay.
And that was passed. Kristen then had a motion that was passed, which was to remove WRE. It was actually a split motion. So the first part of it was to remove WREO 1 from funding. That was not approved. So it remained in funding. And the second part was to remove WREO 4 from funding, and that was passed, so it was removed. Senator Saxog then had a motion to, and this one I think I've got it right, to move the remaining, or the remaining dollars, the unallocated dollars, to FAO2 and FAO3. Is that correct?
Yep.
And was that an even split?
66,
No, the
66, 34.
Okay. And that was passed. And then member Holston had a motion for the RGS request FAO3, that it not to include school trust fund land acquisitions, but the other acquisitions would be, or that it just not to include school trust fund acquisitions. There we go. And that was passed. I believe that's all I have in my notes, sir.
I think you're right.
Mr. Chair, members, that tracks with what I have as well.
Yep, it passed. So Josh, are you clear on Chair's proposal and the changes to it that were passed by the council?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am clear. That was helpful. There was a lot that's happened since we started this process. So good to go through it so people know what they're voting on.
All right. Tom?
Mr. Chair, one other thing on that amendment that we talked about with RGS, that's not only purchases, but amendments, or I mean, easements too.
Yeah, it was nothing to do with trust fund
No,
lands,
no.
period. That's what I heard.
Yep.
All right. Now, I think we're ready for a roll call vote, Amanda.
Mr. Chair, members, this is the vote on the chair's proposal as amended. We are back to number 1, Hartwell.
Aye.
Hartwell votes aye. Shara.
Aye.
Shara votes aye. Senator Dibble.
Yes.
Dibble votes aye. Representative Eklund.
Aye.
Eklund votes aye. Edmondson.
Aye.
Edmondson votes aye. Eggerling.
Yes.
Eggerling votes aye. Representative Heintzman.
Aye.
Heintzman votes aye. Holston. Holston votes aye. Senator Lang.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I have a text from Senator Lang saying I'm good with the chair's proposal, so I presume that's an aye.
I will accept that.
Senator Lang votes aye. Peters.
Yes.
Peters votes aye. Saxhog.
Aye.
Saxhog votes aye. Swenson. Swenson.
I think she's dropped off, unfortunately.
You are correct. We have lost her. So, Mr. Chair, 11 ayes and 1 absent.
Great. And I will say, Jamie did send me a note saying she was having conductivity problems. So I don't think she dropped off because she wanted to. But we have a package. Thank you all very much. This was a great discussion back and forth. It feels very rich to me. And it took a lot of work for all of you. Thank you so much. Next meeting, we'll see draft accomplishment plans. And in December, we get to see what the forecast is. And if we need to make any adjustments to this. We had no public comments other than Gary Trotz, which we incorporated into the discussion of Mississippi Northwards Trail issues. So with that,
Mr. Chairman,
yeah,
there's one additional agenda item above the public comments. Did you?
what did I miss?
Our subcommittee.
Oh, our subcommittee. I'm so sorry. Mark?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, very quickly, we have for our proposal criteria and scoring subcommittee, we have 4 individuals who are willing to serve on that at this point. It's David Hartwell, Ashley Peters, Christian Eggerling, and Dudley Edmondson. Is there anybody else who would wish to serve on that? Then if not, staff will go ahead and contact those 4. We'll set up a meeting and get underway. Thank you.
Everyone will be invited to that.
Yes,
Correct?
yes, that'll be a public meeting also. We'll probably do it on Zoom to provide everybody a scheduled opportunity.
Thank you for keeping me honest, Amanda. Thank you all for keeping me honest. Meeting is adjourned.